This is a budget hearing of the Commissioners Court of Hood County, Texas. Today is Thursday, June the 20th, 2024, and we're in the central jury room of the Hood County Justice Center at 1200 West Pearl Street in Granbury, Texas. So I've called this to order, and you said that you have something to show us first, Ms. Matlock, from the district court.
Yes, sir. Let me pull it up so we can all look at it together. You have a copy of it there in your book as well. So this, if you guys like it, this is my plan, is to show you real time while we talk, everybody's different budget codes, which would mirror what you have in your packet. So hopefully that's okay. If not, we can switch gears and I'll do however you wish.
Yeah.
Put the microphone.
So we can cut budgets right here on the spot.
That's my plan. We'll see. I mean, in theory, it's a great idea, but we'll see how that actually goes. Okay.
Go ahead and talk in the microphone, please.
Oh, I didn't hear what you said. I thought we were going to do the district court first. Now you got the library?
Oh, sorry, this changes. So this is the district court. Okay, so the changes with district court are, let me highlight them. The one in the book should be correct for his.
Okay.
So retirement FICA are related to any salary changes. There's a formula in there. So basically the way I've approached this is I've put in your packets and in your books everything that was requested. So this is straight from each department. This is their wish list. So with that being said, there was a request for salary increases for court administration. They have, in your book, you'll see, no, I emailed it to you. Their numbers have increased year over year with the same staff. And so they are working extra hard to keep up with the court caseloads. And so as a result, the district judges requested some increases in salaries. There's also a interlocal agreement between the CPS courts with, I believe it's Johnson County, R County, and Parker, and they're all sharing a court reporter. And so you'll see that's a big difference in their budget. But other than those three items, they're just moving things around, but those are the main touching points for the district judge, his court.
Okay, so that outside court reporters is that
That's the
additional,
CPS.
that's the contract that we've entered in with them?
Yes, sir, and that's a new thing. So you guys did approve to start that this year, and then this is for the upcoming year. That's their portion of that.
Gotcha.
So the decrease in reporters' records,
They're trying to move things around so
Okay.
that they can offset that a little bit.
it looks like whatever, I'm not sure what that is for, but it looks like what was put in there for 2024, the 12,000 is year-to-date, has had no spend. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Maybe there's something coming up between now and the end of September.
Maybe so, and sometimes there's different types of cases that require different things and that are, not maybe regular, but when they do happen, they need to be able to approach those and handle it.
Anybody else got any questions?
No questions for here.
Well, y'all ready to go to County Court at Law? The
Go.
Honorable.
Good morning, how are you all?
Good.
Primarily, my budget's pretty much the same. We tweaked it here and there, but when you get down to the bottom line, the only significant differences in my request relate to salaries. Cost of living is killing everybody, and I would propose at least a 5% for everyone across the board that you could do, just for cost of living. Now, we did ask for 10% for our assistant court coordinator, and if y'all remember when we had to change, last year we got our assistant court coordinator in cheap. I'm trying to bump her back up to where she should be now that she has the experience in her job. And every time we send them to off to some training or school, they find out about some reporting that we have not been doing. And we absorb that in, and she's going to have to take on that responsibility. Her work responsibilities will increase. And a whole lot of this has been falling on Judge Buffkin's assistant, Tricia Walters, and she's overloaded. We know that, and we're going to try to take some of this off of her if we can too, to try to help her balance some of the work. So that 10% increase, I think, would be justified if we can get those, things done with Terry. One of the ups is interpreters. That's on the horizon for us. It's a greater demand every week. We are getting by, but we can't get by with what we're doing. We shouldn't be doing what we're doing. But I don't have a lot of direction from the state about how to do it. No one's told us yet what they're going to allow us to do or require us to do, so I'm reluctant to put it in the budget, increase the budget to change things till we sort of know what direction the state will want us to go in. But it's coming. Y'all need to get ready for it. There's going to have to be a position created somewhere within this county that allows for us to have a full-time translator to be available to go to the jail to interpret for attorneys and the people in jail, as well as assist the courts in the courtroom in terms of interpretation. We've been taking advantage of Matt Mill's staff, and y'all can see the inherent conflict of interest when you have the prosecutor's office doing the interpreting for defendants. So we've been getting by with it, but that's not going to last. We know that, and it's not proper. But as soon as we know some direction that we should take, we'll be coming back to y'all trying to come up with a better plan than what we have. But right now, we'll get by with what we have until I'm reluctant to put something in and then find out it's not going to meet the requirements that we should have met. But we're hearing that there's going to be big changes. You'll see that I'm way under budget on indigent appointments. That's because I don't appoint as many as I could. We try to cut that down as much as we can. And apparently I'm doing better than I thought I would last year, but I'm leaving the amounts the same just in case. Because if economic times do get harder, it's going to be more and more required to do indigent lawyers.
4360, what tab is that under?
I think it's still on
Oh, I'm sorry, it's the page right above. Thank you. No, that's 4330.
I'll pull it up on the screen.
Okay.
In the interim.
Okay.
What number is that?
It's 4360.
We're under budget there, but we're asking to leave it the same just in case, because if economic times get harder, I guarantee there'll be more people getting court-appointed lawyers. But pretty much that's all I have. We're doing pretty good with the money you gave us last year, so no complaints.
Oh, it's under district judge?
They kind of share it.
Okay.
I thought I saw that a minute ago.
That's all I got, Judge. I don't know about anybody else.
Y'all are making it too easy. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Judge.
Next, Mr. Donald Lenny, Road Ops.
Morning, Judge and Commissioners. I have two areas that is going to have, or we're looking at an increase. The first one is in the $34,000 line item. That's my right-of-way materials. We've had an increase in our coal mix, our hot mix cold lay, about 16%. We got a letter that this is supposed to start late summer, early fall. So that was the reason for that rise in the material section. The other one is under contract services. This is to have a contract paving of Acton Highway. Ever since the county took this roadway in 2003, we've tried to keep it on a 7-year interval of being paved and sealed. Last year, we tried to get it on the budget for what we're in now, but it wasn't possible at that time. The auditor said we just couldn't do it at that time. So in this budget, it needs to be done. In this budget, I've kind of cut back on some of the roadways that will actually pave in the next year's budget, but I believe after this year, we'll be looking good as far as not having to do any seal coating, just be maintenance. So I've kind of tweaked between the two of those to try to get this fit in for this year. So. The other thing that's in your package is, I guess, for tomorrow. It's we're wanting to replace two Bobcats with our older two that we have. That's.
Let me ask you this. That grinder, is it running again, or is it still about?
We still haven't received word on what we figured happened when we took it Tuesday. We took it down to them in Waco. I think they tried to work on it, but they couldn't figure it out, so they've called that Fiat tech again. And he's the elusive person that he shows up whenever. So as of this morning, we still don't have any word of what's wrong with it.
How much repairs have we done on that thing? Because it was supposed to, when we came up here, we're talking about purchasing a new one or repairing the old one. And that was a big discussion about it. And I asked you directly, I said, what do you think the county should do? And I recall pretty clearly you're saying you thought the county should purchase a new one and try to fix this old one and use it as a backup. But the court decided to just forego purchasing a new one and repairing this old one. And it hasn't worked, what, 2 weeks out of all this time? It hasn't worked 2 weeks?
Judge, a machine like this, the caliber of this machine and what it does, once you get to a certain time, and that's why I did state that we probably should get a new one. It's worked its life, and I think it's a good thing if we can get a new one, that we do keep that one as a spare, so we don't. But at this time, we can stay open one more Wednesday. Of course, we was closed yesterday for a holiday, but we have enough room. We think that we can open up one more Wednesday, if it comes to that, to give the public time enough to know that we.
Well, look, are the public raising Cain about their not having?
Yes, sir, they are.
They are? And do you see any more brush and stuff in the ditches or places?
Not as much as we thought we would, but there's been an uptick in it, but not near what we thought it was going to be.
Well, has it gotten serious enough, according to the citizens that use this facility and this machine, that you think that needs to be revisited with this court?
Well, I believe the last time that we spoke, the court said that we was going to address this during the budget year, during the budget hearings, and see.
Okay, we need to go ahead and get, a current quote for, what a new one's going to be.
Okay, I sure will.
Okay.
And, have that available
Yeah,
as soon
they
as
got one.
possible.
Yeah, now's the time to look
Yeah.
at it.
The way it looks, I think they get one new machine a year, so I don't know where they're sitting at right now, but I will check into it and email all the court.
Good.
So tomorrow afternoon, we'll go through the capital requests.
Yeah.
So that would be a good time to bring, if you can get a quote between now and tomorrow.
I'll try my best, yeah.
That would be a good time to bring it, as during the capital discussion.
Okay.
Good deal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lenny.
Stephanie, could you scroll up to the totals for this one, please?
What?
The total. Yeah, the variance.
This is one of those that's balanced account, so you're.
$49.
Yeah,
Looking at his, I came up with 143. Right there, so.
$600.
6,000.
I need $6,000.
Well, yeah, this may not, this isn't everything, maybe.
Okay, you ready? Y'all ready to go with Glenn, purchasing?
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. So basically, I tweaked the budget with the goal of keeping it flat with last year. I feel we can do that and be okay with it. Really, the only wild card, it would be the county fuel. For basically everyone other than the library and road operations is in here. It's currently at $300,000. I went over it again yesterday, and I think we may squeak by at that. Next year, you know, it's really how y'all feel between fuel prices and usage. Should we bump that up to 330? Do you want to maintain it at 300? That's I don't know the future in that. So really, it's at your discretion what you want to do with that. But I believe we may squeak by this year. You know, it's you know, anyone's guess where that's going to go. An election year, fuel may come down in the fourth quarter. After the election, who knows what'll happen there. We could stay the same and then adjust it next year if needed out of discretionary. But that's really the only thing that really I'm unsure about. But everything else, my goal is to keep the budgets flat, and so overall between the two budgets, that was what I did.
You want a cost of living adjustment for your?
Well, you know, I want what's
whatever.
fair. You know, I want what's fair. Whatever. You know, I don't want to be the guy asking for more than everyone else. I don't want to be the guy asking for less. You know, what the court determines is fair for the employees is what I would like to do.
Okay.
So in the mailroom, you're able to reduce postage by $9,000?
Yeah, I believe that we can safely do that. The mail is slightly less than in previous years, so I feel I can safely do that to maintain, like I said, an overall flat budget between both budgets. The one wish list I do have that I handed out to y'all, I would like to ask for $15,000 in Drew's budget for a barcoding project, basically to bring our inventory into the 21st century. we can barcode basically, the high theft items, the high dollar items, make it much quicker to go in and do inventory, make it save time for the department heads when we come in to do our annual inventory. It'll take less of their time. And basically what this system does, it integrates with the Tyler fixed asset module, which is what we use to manage fixed assets. It can upload, say, Donald's department. It can upload all the assets he should have into the handheld, and as we go around and scan them, it'll tell us if there's anything that we should still be looking for. And then when we're done, we can come back, upload it into Tyler, and should really add to the efficiency. This is from, basically, it would require an interface with Tyler that Tyler supplies. The equipment is from the only company they work with. And $15,000 would basically get the software on both sides from both companies. It would get the hardware from BMI, and it would get us a large number of tags to go around and tag everything we have. In the future, basically it would be 20, let's see, it's on the last page, just under $2,500 a year, and the tags I could probably support out of my supply budget. So really it's the cost of starting it, getting everything tagged, and it would really, I think, add to the efficiency and the reliability of the whole system.
At that point, everything that comes in as this process ends, going to get a barcode on it.
Yes, sir.
And put into the system.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Include equipment like road equipment and,
Yeah.
or is it just,
They offer an amazing variety of barcode tags. They have ones that are RFID that you can actually scan from a distance. So, say that camera has a tag on it, you could scan it from here. Things that are easily accessible, obviously you come up and scan it. They have ones that are very durable for outdoors. They have ones that we could put on, say, patrol vehicles that could be scanned from the outside. So we don't need to interrupt people's day to, come let us in to do this. It's amazing the vast variety of tags that are available for basically every situation.
So how much time do you spend on inventory now?
Well, our inventory clerk spends most of the year doing that.
So you got one person working that does this all year long?
Well, she works on the inventory all year. She actually goes out and starts in January, February, and as of, she was trying to wrap it up day before yesterday on Tuesday. It's a huge undertaking. There's thousands of items that we inventory and physically put our eyes on.
So you have one employee that starts in January, starts doing the inventory,
Yes.
and
Now
she is finishing up about now, which is 6 months.
with the physical, yes, with the physical setting eyes on everything. The rest of the year is spent entering new things in Tyler and going over them and making sure they're accurate.
But this is to shorten that time that she's out there doing the inventory?
Well, yeah, it's to make it the field part quicker and more accurate, and also to save time of the department heads who have to basically break away to take us around and help us find everything. Should help with that significantly.
Is it downloadable? She's not having to do data entry. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
it downloads into Tyler and then uploads as well. So if there are things missing, it tells you on the handheld. It should be a significant advancement in what we
will
do.
save her time on that. So say she's finishing up now, the process that she's doing between now and the end of the year, that will be also sped up from the interface with Tyler.
Yes, hopefully that's the goal.
And so you can put an asset tag on all the vehicles that the county owns.
Yeah. There are a few things that you can't, obviously, some of the trunking system that's up in the top of a tower, obviously we can't do that, but generally most everything we can.
And how many tags are included? 6,500?
That's what I'm estimating to start with and go back and do the important items that need
So does that
tags.
include all of the computers and phones, vehicles and things that,
Excuse me.
other equipment that's maybe not a road vehicle, but
Yes,
other
yes.
equipment that we have?
We attempt to tag items with high theft potential and then items over $5,000. That is our goal. Computer equipment, that type of thing, under 5, but generally everything over 5. So that's my wish list, so.
But the accuracy should really, really increase, shouldn't it?
Yeah,
Barcodes?
if all the claims are true, it should be an extreme help,
Okay. Anybody else have any questions? Thank you, Mr. Tillman.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, you got the district attorney. No raises there. You snooze, you lose. Huh? No, what about adult probation?
Yeah, maybe he's coming in a,
Yeah, we're 30 minutes.
So have we got anybody that's letting these people know that we're ready? Or are we just hoping they think about this? Because last year we were reaching out to them saying, you need to be ready because we'll move through this pretty fast. Is there anyone designated to contact the people that are supposed to be coming in? Or we just, I don't mean to be just looking, do we have anybody doing that? Okay, well, maybe we should.
Do you want to go see if DA's ready?
Right,
About 30 minutes.
right. Let me call
Would you like me to
Beth.
send a department head all email and just say, show up?
That would be good.
be great,
Tell them to show up,
30 minutes.
30
early.
minutes beforehand.
Thank you, Drew.
I've got DPS plugged in coming at 9:15, and they're not on the schedule, but Sergeant Tillman will be here, around 9:15. We've always, had a little bit of playtime.
Right. We've already had a couple that I've seen, there may be others that are scheduled for tomorrow that have already said they're emailed and said they're not coming and they just want the same thing. So, of course, my goal would be get through everything today if we can. That's this commissioner's wish, but we'll see. That
You
doesn't
want a
sound
raise?
very optimistic over there at the other commissioner down the row here.
What's that?
That didn't sound very optimistic.
Well, I just know that there's the non-county entities that are scheduled for tomorrow, so someone would need to contact all of those folks and tell them to come today. Could be done.
Of course, we've got auditor, commissioners, and county judge tomorrow that we can always work in and get it done if we're waiting. Just a suggestion.
A good idea. Judge, are you asking for a raise?
No, just give me a big raise, that's all I'm caring about. The last one on the deal here.
30 minutes. 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 30
Good morning, Leland. Come on up.
You ready for me already, Judge?
Yes.
I noticed we're a little ahead of schedule, so I just.
Yeah, that's all right. We're glad you showed up.
Oh,
First of all, I think you're doing a great job, Leland. You came here just a few months ago, I guess, right? 2
yes, sir.
months?
April
You're doing a
1st.
good job. Okay, what do you need?
Facilities maintenance. All right, so forgive me. I've only been here since April 1st, so I kind of caught the end of the budget year. I've had to do
5,100.
a lot of studying on our spending trends in the department over the last couple of years, and the way I see it now is our maintenance budget, our building maintenance budget, let me find the number here. 5,100, 35,100, and 125,000. It looks like that's going to be an okay number for next year. I believe that number is going to work because I am an HVAC technician, and in the last year, we have spent, as a county, 21 grand on service calls alone. I don't see that number reoccurring with me here. Since I've been here, I have yet to place an HVAC service call. So.
Big.
Yep. I do have one change from what I originally sent out. My janitor's supplies, 5,100, 33,800, and I have it here, but I originally asked for no change on that. I have a line item transfer put in for July 2nd court for another 3 grand on that one. So I'm asking that if we could find a few extra dollars for that one, I asked for another 2 grand in that if we could find it. I've got copies of that change here if you guys need it. Yes. And the only other change in budgets I asked for was changes in salaries. It's getting tough out there for people to buy things. I have employees that work 2 jobs. I have employees on benefits. If we can help alleviate that sting a little bit. Cost of living, looks like we're going to be at about 2.5, 2.6% this year for cost of living increase. If we can find the money to at least do that, I've requested 7.5% across the board, kind of as a way to put them closer to marketplace average on the maintenance technicians. So I said on that increase of 7.5% across the board would be about 33 grand for the next fiscal year.
You've asked for a substantial kind of salary for the bookkeeper, the female there that runs the office. She does an excellent job, though. She does the budget and,
Is that Michelle?
what is her name? I forgot.
Michelle.
Michelle, she is, she's outstanding. She's proven in the absence of a director, she can dang near run the show. So I've asked for her a little more than the 7.5%. I believe I asked for 12% on her. Like I said, I asked for that because she has proven she's able to run the show in the absence of a director.
Okay. Anybody got any questions?
I agree, you've done an outstanding job since you've been here, so
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Very responsive. Thank you.
Doing a good job.
Yeah, thank you, Judge.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Sinclair.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Morning.
I think you probably all have my documents submitted to the auditor, but if not, I have copies. I am requesting not a whole lot of change from last year. I will note that, generally speaking, I'm requesting a 5% increase for my employees, but that's to the discretion of the court. A few things to note. One, the drug and DNA testing. We transitioned a few years ago, maybe about 18 months to 2 years ago, to using a different lab to test the drugs that were involved in our cases. And that was an attempt to speed case resolutions up. It has helped. We were using the Department of Public Safety crime lab, which doesn't charge us for those lab testing services, but they were way behind, very big backlog. So we switched over to the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office to test our drugs in our cases. And they have been a lot faster at resolving their lab tests. So they charge, though, and so we had to budget a line item for that. But the idea is that we pay on the front end, and then we charge that back to the defendant on the back end as restitution. And we are getting some money back from that. So that's, it's not going to be the a full $50,000 spend, but that is the initial outlay that we're requesting. I'm requesting the same as last year on that line item. Copier lease, I'm requesting to go up just $1,000. We ran short last year. Our printing usage is increasing, so I'm requesting to go up just a little bit on that one. However, I'm offsetting that with a decreased request in my vehicle maintenance. The court was kind enough to allow my task force to purchase new vehicles, and so we anticipate less vehicle maintenance expenses, given that all three of those vehicles are brand new, if not almost brand new at this time. Also requesting a reduction in our dues and books and subscriptions, so that should help. A little bit of an increase, a $250 increase in our bonds. We have additional staff that need to be bonded, but it's not much. I'm requesting $250 more. And those are the main changes, I believe, from last year, other than the 5% request for my employees. However, I am requesting special dispensation for 2 of my employees. As the court knows, the criminal courts in this county have been extremely busy, specifically the district court. We have drastically increased the amount of cases that we are resolving. We're trying to keep pace and clear cases, but arrests keep going up, and there are 2 employees that have borne the brunt of that increase on a processing perspective, and those employees are Brandy Smith, our intake coordinator, and Vivian Sturdivant, our office manager. Both of those employees have worked countless hours outside of regular working hours. Brandy will take stuff on vacation and work on cases on vacation. Vivian will come in on the weekends, multiple weekends, Saturdays, Sundays, in an attempt to resolve cases. Both of those employees have had health problems that have been, if not caused by the increased strain, at least exacerbated by that strain. So I am requesting special dispensation for those employees. I'm requesting a $10,000 raise on each of them, consistent with, similar to what the courts are requesting for their employees who have also been impacted by the increased production coming from both of our offices. But taking into account that special dispensation for those 2 employees, my budget request is still only increasing by 4.4% from the prior year budget request, which we have seen close to a 50% increase in the number of cases that we are resolving from prior year. We have continued to go up since the bottom of COVID, and we anticipate smashing prior year's record this year with the pace that we're on. So accounting for that special dispensation, I'm still only requesting a 4.4% increase from my budget request last year.
I have a question about, you said on the lab, the $50,000, that do you get refunds for that? Where does that money go?
That goes, I think it goes back into that line item as a reimbursement, but the auditor could correct me on that if I'm wrong.
It might go into the miscellaneous revenue.
Might be something you need to check into.
Yeah, we could ask Leanne, but where would it come from? If I were ask Leanne, when you get a check from X, where does it go?
It's going to come from the defendant as part of their restitution payments that they're court ordered to pay. So we have to pay for the lab test at the outset to get the case resolved, but then we charge that test fee back to the defendant when they come to court and have their case
Is it
disposed of.
handled the same way as fees?
As fees,
Fines?
Fines?
yes, it would be part of their payment that they pay as their fines and probation fees and court
And
costs.
court costs.
Yes, sir.
And
Okay,
court
so that's
costs.
where it
So
goes.
this is just a reimbursement
Yes, sir.
from the deal, so.
So it would be
should
under
in one
district-
check. So whatever's been happening to the court costs, usually they're assigned, the judge is going to make them pay the court cost.
Right. There's a revenue line item called district court costs, so that's probably where it,
It could go there.
Okay.
I don't know where it goes after the case leaves the court, but they are court ordered to pay certain monies, court costs, fines, reimbursement to any victims, as well as a restitution for lab fees, and they
That
have,
goes into court cost.
it could, yes, sir.
So that 8,600 that you've spent so far this year with a 50,000 budget, is there any room to work there? Because this obviously hasn't reflected any income coming back into that, so this is just your expenses at this point are 8,600. Is there any?
I don't know if it's.
I mean, I certainly don't want to mess that up because I know that that's making things move quicker, and that's very much
Sure,
positive.
and
So
what we want to do is, it's not going to be a $50,000 hit to the county's bottom line because you are going to have the reimbursement. Now, frankly, a lot of defendants may not pay
Sure.
that amount because if they're put on probation and they decide, look, I'm just not going to pay what you tell me to pay, okay, that's fine, but we'll revoke you on probation and send you to prison at that point. But some do, okay, some do. And part of some of that discrepancy that you're seeing this year, I think, may come from the fact that for a short period of time, the police department, for whatever reason, was confused about where to send lab tests to. And so we got that worked out. They should now be sending it to the ME's office. Some of that is going to be, that discrepancy is going to be from that confusion. But we just want to have a bucket of money that we can use to get the cases processed. We may not use all that money. As you see, we're quite a bit under right now, but we do want to have the ability to send stuff there and just get it paid so we can get cases moving. So
maybe a slow ramp up, from when you made this decision, it was a slow ramp up to get it going, is what you're saying from?
not really a slow ramp up.
Well, you said a confusion with the,
I don't know how the PD got confused. We learned of that earlier this year and fixed that. I thought that they were already sending stuff there, and I think maybe for a time they were, and something happened. I don't know what the confusion was, but we got it fixed. So, I mean, you could reduce that amount by a certain number. I just wouldn't want to get into a situation later on down the line in this year, and we don't have money in that line item. We got to pull from other line items, or I have to come to court to request special dispensation to pay the lab costs. So there is room to reduce that request, but that, I'll do what the court tells me to do.
In the monthly reports that we receive regarding, jail inmates, there's 2 individuals that are on murder charges that have been over there 900 days. Why is there such a delay? And they're separate cases. Why is there such a delay in processing those?
Yes, sir. Those cases are actually not separate cases. They're co-defendants. They're the same case. They will be resolved very shortly. In fact, one of them will be resolved tomorrow, and then the other one will be resolved shortly after that. So.
Okay, I mean, it's just, we get these reports and, kind of glares out there when you got, a couple of individuals, 900 plus days.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, and I appreciate that. We certainly don't want to spend the county's money without regard for what it costs to house those inmates. We have, however, been resolving quite a number of cases, quite a number of big cases, and there are big cases that are not in the county jail that are on bond. Those cases also have to get resolved. And so, we are aware of those cases. Those cases that you're referring to will be resolved very shortly. In fact, one will be resolved tomorrow, and the other one just had a defense continuance granted, I believe. But we're very close with the defense on resolving that case. So both of those cases should be out of our hair in the very near future.
Okay, I mean, that's, you know, I understand you know, the caseload has increased, and I
Yes, sir.
accept that and respect that. But, you know, some of those, you know, those two in particular, you know, stand out.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Are you talking a plea?
I can't, I don't think.
Go
I can
into it,
discuss
but
those-
pretty confident it's going to be disposed of?
Can we move on?
Hey,
I am fairly
you're not
confident-
Carmack, you know, you're not replacing Johnny Carson or anything, Carmack.
I'm fairly confident they'll be disposed very soon, knock on wood, you know.
Okay.
I appreciate the fact that you guys are working diligently over there to get through cases. I know you guys are taking care of what you can, so.
Yes, sir.
I think we should just leave it at that.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank y'all. Have a good morning.
Okay.
Thank you.
Shirley Berry.
I can answer that question, I just didn't want to interrupt. We collect the fees for the drug testing, and then we send a check to the DA's office, and then that's deposited back into the account. Well, I don't know what happens to it after it goes there. We just know it comes out of our restitution account.
Gotcha.
Okay, so as far as adult probation goes, I'm not requesting any more money than I requested last year, just the $42,025, which assists, and good morning, which assists with our community service program. I did want to note that in Hood County, we logged 13,024 hours of community service restitution for the county last year. So that was quite a bit of a savings to the nonprofits, landscaping, food banks, different places in the county.
Shelley, hang on one second.
Yes, sir.
I think I'm missing a page.
All I have is 3 lines: supplies, community supervision, and telecommunications.
And 5,700?
5710.
Got more than I do.
This is,
Juvenile too.
the one I was just speaking of was Fund 10 for adult probation.
But I just have
Yes.
3 lines. Is there more than, are there more than 3 lines?
That's all that there is. It's just those 3. That money all goes to fund the community service program, and that's all that we take from the county, or we ask from the county.
Okay.
The
There's
rest
no,
is
those
adult.
numbers that you were speaking of are not on this page.
Is that in juvenile?
This is adult.
Okay, so what are you asking for then?
$42,025.
And where is that on this page?
That is not on that page. So the 17,525 is correct, but there's another 25,000.
What was that total number? 42?
42,025.
Over here.
I don't have it.
Yeah, but that's in the 2020 budget.
It's additional support that the county's been providing us for the last, I guess, 3 years. Historically, it was the 17,525 and no more than that for probably 20 years, I guess, I don't know, before me. And then about 3, maybe 4 years ago, we requested the additional 25,000. Well, it hasn't been transferred yet to our account, so we haven't used it yet.
Oh, it's under public assistance.
Oh, okay. 6440?
Yeah. 6,400,
Oh, 6400.
which I don't think that's in your book, because I don't think she's giving you that book one. So this right here?
Yes.
Okay.
it should only be 25,000.
So you're asking for 25,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Bless you.
Okay. Wow.
So that's a half of, that's a 50% decrease.
I don't really understand why the amount is that much, because we've never taken that much. Okay.
So the total is, you want to bring the 17,025 over to your 2025 proposed budget, the 17,000,
Yes.
and then,
So for a total of $42,025.
okay.
That's the correct amount. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the supplies, which is $500, but, yeah.
You do have it right, as long as it's not in the other one, as long as that's the only place that it's at, it's correct. It's just the 42,025.
No, the 42,025 is the total of 5,100, or sorry, 5,710, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So this should just say 25 right here.
This one was 25, that would be correct, and then the 17.
Oh, don't leave this one yet? Oh, okay, good idea. Yeah, good idea.
Okay, so you need 25 here. And then you need supervision for regular part-time?
Yes, ma'am. And that would be the 17,025.
Okay, so this is correctly stated now.
That's Jeff Kelly right
Yes,
there,
ma'am.
isn't it?
All right.
So that's Jeff Kelly right there.
Sorry, I didn't have it in front of me either.
I guess he's on.
I'm very sorry.
I guess he's on.
All right. Yes, I did. Yes.
Are we good? Okay, so I'll move on to juvenile. I did request some additional funding in juvenile based on the fact that our costs for placement have gone up significantly. Detention is going up to $150 a day versus the $125 a day that we're paying right now. So the additional money that I requested, the extra $30,000, all it does is bring us to the number of days that we're actually paying for as we speak with the additional costs. So it's just keeping up with the increase. I had an officer budgeted in juvenile probation for last year for a part of the year. We have that officer on board now, and what I'd like to do is just take this out of my county budget, and I'm going to let her be paid through state money, and then I'll use some of the county money. I'm not really asking for a decrease. I'm just going to use that for placement costs. So it's just switching the money, but for accounting purposes, for myself and the audit, it's easier that everything is paid out of one account versus having it spread through county budget and state budget. So that's where we are on that.
The overall increase is 71,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Post adjudication secure is what is that about?
That is placement for juveniles that cannot remain in their homes, that have to have a secure placement. Those costs range from $275 to $297 a day for those kids. So this is only placing about 3.5 kids for 180 to, 200, 300 days. The costs have risen, and we just can't keep up. We're fully staffed. Our newest person started a few weeks ago. She's doing a great job, but if we did not have her right now, we would not be able to keep our heads above water. It's extremely busy. And I know the judges experienced that with detention hearings and stuff recently. My other items have pretty much remained the same. They didn't really increase much, a little bit in travel and training just because we have the new officer on board, so she'll require basic training.
Anything else? You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Y'all have a great day. Thank you.
Thanks, you too.
Ma'am?
Hey, Jenny Stacks, you ready? Environmental health.
I'm not sure how ready I am, but first thing, I would like to take a moment. I'd like to thank Commissioner Samuelson for recommending the training that I've been at the last 3 days. The only problem is I didn't get to finish it today because I was required to be at budget hearing. That being said, I do plan on working where I can take the final day, hopefully within the next month.
Oh, good. I'm glad you found it productive.
And I do have a sheet to kind of explain some stuff to y'all.
What were you taking?
I took, it was a management class, supervisor management training. It was put on by University of Texas, I don't know if you know. At Arlington. They are free to county and municipal employees. It's a 4-day training for all supervisors and managers. In that, I learned that the gentleman was retired HR from TxDOT. In that, and I believe from my understanding, he will be at he's at the judges' conferences and teaches about supervisor training and stuff there. There's small things for judges and commissioners that he does do presentations on. One of the big things that struck me was, as a TxDOT employee, a new employee receives 200 hours of training before they're allowed to go in the field, with continuing education of 60 hours required every year. So in my budget, that's adult probation. Y'all don't put it up for everybody?
Yeah, I switched it.
I look up and it's, I'm like, adult probation, ooh.
No, it's just. This is your 60 grand a year.
Okay, I have asked to have my office administrative assistant changed to the office manager due to the job additions. She is actually typing legal documents that I believe we had some changes in the county attorney's office this spring, and the county attorney's office had asked for us to do our own affidavits. In that, she also manages all my office, and she works a small amount of time for development, and that was not considered last year when we made that change. So I'd asked to move her to an office manager 2 due to her job additions and the 3%. And as you can see from the first page in the handout, we have received by June 1st this fiscal year, 454 applications. Of those 454, we have issued 392 permits. The big thing on all of this is the open records request, which is at the bottom. These open records requests are requests for mainly septic documents, which our office handles 100%. If it is to be, seems to be some kind of high profile, I get HR involved and we handle those. But this year we've had over, as of today, we've had over 1,400 open records requests in our office. I mean, that doesn't include, that's requests for septic. Now, some of them are the ones that Melissa also sends for environmental compliance and different things. We added those in because I'm actually having to do those too. But our office is asked by realtors mainly, sometimes it's a homeowner, you know, wanting to know what my system is and where it is.
Okay, that was my question. I'm like, what in the world kind of open records requests are you getting? So,
Okay,
that makes sense.
realtors are required by law to disclose everything.
Right.
So, and the Texas Department of Insurance is actually who regulates the realtors, and one of the things they are required is to disclose everything that's on that property. So they will send us a request either when they list it or if they have a client interested so they can get all the documents.
Makes sense.
So many of these open records requests, it's almost, you know, I don't know what it'd take to transition over to it, but.
Well, I mean, if you look at the 22-23 year, the figure that we came up with was 845.
Yeah.
And we're already at 1,400 right now. By the end of this year, we will be double what we did last year.
I was just wondering if there was some way to put that
Yeah.
online where somebody can go up and pull that without having to go through
Okay.
you.
Now that you asked that, we had been working with IT to get a new software for development and environmental health. In that, there will be ways that they can, certain people can pull documents off of the, they can do it in, working internally. They can have set up an account. A realtor would be able to set up where they can pull those documents themselves instead of us having to pull them. So there are some ways that we can work some of that. The new software would allow for electronic payments. So some of this, there are some ideas because at the conference I was at, we were discussing and they said, well, how do y'all, you know, handle your permits and stuff? I said, well, it's check and cash only. And they're like, y'all are in the dark ages. I said, well, we're, you know, we have reached, we're trying to improve on that. And we had started this last fall, but we had to get because of the price of the software and documentation and everything, we had to get a second bid. And we did get that earlier in the spring. So hopefully we're closer to achieving that goal.
What's the name of the software again? I know you told me before, but.
Inspect to Go.
Oh, yeah. Inspect.
We looked at Inspect to Go and OpenGov.
And that would allow you to index by address and just have.
There are
that
certain
on.
documents that they would be able to access that way if they have an account set up. And they're, in that, you know, they would have, a lot of it, they're going to have to send a request that would require somebody to actually allow that access. In other words, they set up an account. If there's any issue, we know who obtained the documentation. There's a paper trail inside the software itself that shows all that.
Does that matter? I mean, isn't
Okay,
this all
Would
completely
you want me
open?
to know everything about your house and all your information in Lipan, being Joe Blow, the citizen of Hood County?
I think you can get most of it off the appraisal district. It's already out there.
Well,
So,
I mean,
but
there
I mean,
are certain documents that that the general public doesn't need access to. But if you have an account set up, there is a tracking mechanism that says this is the person that looked at these documents.
Public information, right?
Yes.
So I'm kind of, I mean, if it's public information,
Well, okay, then I'll use someone else in this instance. Our documents have everybody's paperwork, including the sheriff's. So would we want to allow someone from the general public to access the sheriff's documents?
How do you have access to the sheriff's documents?
Do what?
How do you have access to the sheriff's documents? That doesn't make sense.
Okay, on there are ways that you can, like on the appraisal district, law enforcement and certain people have the capability to block their information from the general public. If I want to go on and look at what Dave Eagle owns on the appraisal district's website, I can go in and look at everything on there. That's public record. But if there is a way that you can block all of that, then you have to get with the appraisal district, set it up where it can be blocked. Then even though that's there, and I have a file that shows this address, and this address belongs to, you pulled a permit in your name. I have all of that. But all of your stuff from the appraisal district is hidden. So in that instance, there needs to be guidelines that allow for documentation on who's looking at what. It's kind of like, and in that instance, it's just like Homeland Security after 911 changed what you're allowed to view from like a public works sector. In other words, the water plants, the wastewater plants and all that documentation you can't view.
That's infrastructure, though. Okay, this is not the time to talk about this.
do you have the software expense in either the capital request or in the IT budget?
Yes, that
Okay.
would be an expense out of the IT budget for our software.
Okay, and he's got it in there?
Yes.
Okay.
If you look on the OSS complaint side, as of June 1st, we have surpassed what we did in 2023. We have already addressed more complaints on this, the permitting and septic side. The vector or the public health complaints, which are basically the trash complaints, we're at 81 last year, we were at 166, so we are somewhere close to the same there. The notices of violation, we have surpassed that. Now that is for both a formal complaint as well as no maintenance contract. The pools were semi-on track. Water samples, we have done more water samples this year, and these water samples are the one the public has paid for. These are not the ones that, on an investigation, we went and pulled water samples. So currently, we are at or above what we did last year, employee-wise. And that was the reason that I had requested more environmental health technicians. I'd requested 2 more environmental health technicians. And hopefully to move the 50-50 position to 100% in the office. I requested we up the water samples back to 1,000 because of the volume of samples that we are receiving.
Go back one. You said you're requesting the 50-50 to go back to office?
Well, they'll have the choice to move to a total environmental technician position, and then that position could be moved down strictly to an administrative assistant, which if we did that, there would be a separation in pay, and if we moved the 50/50 to a 100% tech and added one tech and one admin assistant, that would save in the salaries.
So overall, you're asking for one FTE, one new person?
Actually, I asked for two.
Two.
It said request for 2 more DRs plus the 3%, but we could move the 50/50 to a designated representative 100% and hire another administrative assistant, which would actually, salary-wise, would be,
Like 1.5?
right.
Okay.
Okay, anything else?
Okay, I've got the Citizens Collection Station now. Can I make a request on that? I asked for a person full-time at the Citizens Collection Station. Currently, we are having to transport the batteries to Stephenville, and I need more assistance in cleaning and arranging the yard. They can load the appliances, because currently my staff is loading the appliances at the collection station, and right now that's almost 1 load a week. That's when the yard closed here at Granbury, I had to come up with a solution to moving the appliances. Because it's not a matter of whether we take them or not. I still have the problem of getting rid of them, because then if we don't take them, they're going to be placed on the roads. We do get revenue for the batteries and the appliances now. So, I believe the total salary would be $63,000 for employees at the collection station, and it's currently at 46, because I have 3 part-time. And I was going to move one of the part-time to full-time and leave the other 2 at part-time. And this would allow for extra time to bale the cardboard bales. And that's all the extras that I have currently.
Okay.
And I have one more handout that I would like to, well, I have actually 2 more handouts. 2 months ago, we started sending out a courtesy letter. This was kind of, TCEQ had asked that we try to be more proactive in informing the public of things they need to do. Commissioner Andrews, I'm going to give you a sample of the letter we're sending that you asked me about. I also have a copy of the last month's bulk waste revenue that shows the volume of roll-offs that went out for this is, I believe, from the 28th of May until the 14th of June, and shows the expense we had on the bulk that was taken. This is a waste management bill. This is the actual copy of the bill, and I made a copy of that for each of y'all to have. It shows the charges and how we accrued them.
And that's just 2 weeks, basically, from the 28th to the 14th? Okay.
Plus, you have to remember, this was a
A what?
It's been wet all year, so they don't
Oh.
all step to the
Okay.
collection station too much in the rain.
Gotcha. All right.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Are you through?
Yes,
Oh, there, you have an email here about exchanging tablets for cell phones. Has this been communicated to the IT budget, or how is this being handled?
okay, the phones, Drew, you want to come answer this? I believe your department handles all of the phones.
So that, I don't know if you have the email, but there would like to exchange 3 tablets to county cell phones. So the current fee for tablets is $37.99 a month, and the cell phones are $47.36. And if the additional staff is approved, then those would need phones as well. So that would be 5 phones. And add 5 phones, subtract 3 tablets.
And if this would be the 3 we would need now, and then that would make the 5.
So, yes, I have those. Commissioner Wilson has told me about that, so
Okay.
we are going to go ahead and move forward with that right now because I can absorb that in my current budget.
Okay.
The reason for doing that, right at the present time,
But we may need.
the people that, her staff is going to the field is using their personal cell phone to take pictures to do their job, and that makes that cell phone PI-able. And so that's the reason for going to a
Yeah, what are
phone.
the tablets used for?
They had them, I don't think they're really actually even using them.
They can't use them if they're not on Wi-Fi, I don't think, so. What are the tablets used for currently?
They will, when we first got them, were going to be used we could access all our documentation online. And there was a glitch with SAFE and being able to do that. We are currently, I use mine because that's how I communicated with everybody this week. I answered most of my emails.
Okay.
I have 2, but I answered nearly all of the emails.
Will they work in the field or just if you're on Wi-Fi?
They work in the field.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stacks. Okay, Sergeant Pryor Templeton, come on up. DPS. Good morning.
Thank y'all for taking the time, listen to me. We recently got a new secretary at our office, and being that she's a new employee with the county, she started at Clerk 1 pay, and I'm respectfully requesting that she be bumped up to Office Manager 1 pay, which is what the job is titled as. She's asked to do a tremendous amount, the only one in our office processing all paperwork for the troopers, anything from warrants, citations, open records requests, getting everything ready for the prosecutors, copying videos, manning the phones at all times. She's the only one there. And I'd really like to retain her. There's a lot of training that goes into her position, and she has no plans of going anywhere, so I'd like to retain her in our office if that's possible.
Has she had any training from the Department of Public Safety with this, or?
Kelly, which was our secretary that just retired, has been training her.
Oh,
and there are several classes that she's got to go through with our department as well to gain access and learn the state side of things.
Okay. And y'all satisfied with her?
Yes, sir.
How many troopers are there?
So we currently, we're allotted 9 troopers right now.
All right.
We've got 8 here and 1 in Somerville County. I'm only operating with 6 currently, but 3 more are coming in the near future. So we should be full for too long.
Okay.
You have anybody coming that can run weights? Boy, we got a couple of roads that are just getting beat to death, and it would sure be nice to have somebody that can run
We've got one trooper
weights.
stationed here. He's not under me, but one trooper stationed here just specifically for that. So we can definitely get you in contact with him.
Maybe I need to holler at you about that,
Yes,
because I
sir.
know a couple of roads are getting beat to death, so,
understand.
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So what's reflected here is not, the 17051 is not accurate, the decrease, because you're asking for the 34.6 to be whatever the pay is
So
for.
the document I was given here is shows she's currently at 34.5. If she were to go to Office Manager 1, that would bump her up to 40.
40, okay.
That's my understanding of how it works. And that's what the job is titled as in our office, is Office Manager.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. We want to go ahead and, I guess, Melissa, you're up, aren't you? You've been sitting there patiently. You got good news for us?
I have some news. Are we on mine? Yes. Okay. Looks like we're starting with personnel first. Is that what I'm seeing up there?
4450.
4450. Okay. If you will, I did ask for a fairly large increase to the administrative assistant. This is strictly based off of the duties of that position and what is expected of that position. Compared to some of the other positions I've looked at in the county, I do believe this position puts out a lot of work and has a lot of responsibility. So it is approximately a 10% increase that I'm asking for that position. As far as the health insurance, I still have not received a plan proposal this year from TAC. I'm very disappointed in what they have submitted so far. I have asked them to go back twice now. I visited with the auditor about a week ago, and she stated that she had heard some other counties talking about an agency that represents the county and helps them go out and find good health insurance, good health products. So I was on the phone with one of them this morning. I'm not going to mention their name just yet. I want to talk to Glenn first about how our process needs to move if the court decided to do this. They would actually go out and seek RFPs for health, actually all of our benefits. They stated they could be on site the first week of July or at least do a virtual meeting with the court. Again, this is up to the court. I just feel like we need to offer something better to the county and to our employees. TAC's not doing it at the moment, and I feel like I'm running out of time. So I hope to visit with Glenn and send you an email later today, and let's see if we can get a workshop put together. Actually, there needs some action would have to be taken that first week of July so that we can get the process moving forward if the county decided to do that. Because we got to move fast. Our open enrollment's the last full week of August. We try to have everything completed mid-September because those first deductions come out of that last check in September. But I just don't feel like we're getting the best treatment at the moment.
How is this agency compensated? Do they?
Well, we definitely have to discuss that more in the meeting. This morning it was presented there would be no charge to the county this first year. It's not until they start saving us money that they are compensated. They currently represent Erath, Bosque County. He named off quite a few counties. He has sent me an email of those counties that they represent. They told me that they had saved Erath about $450,000 in the past. And so it was a very positive meeting this morning. We talked for almost an hour. And I don't know, I think it's something we might want to consider moving forward, because I'm,
So, too.
Explore those options.
Yeah.
yeah, I just don't feel like we're getting the best at the moment.
Similar to a debt collector, they collect and they give you most of it and keep a portion of it, so whatever a percentage of what they save us, that would be their compensation.
I assume so.
Okay.
Yep, I think so. It was a quick meeting this morning. They didn't highlight a lot on anything other than just how their process would need to work moving forward if the county did decide to go with them.
I think that's part of your duties to see that do the best for the county. So I think that everybody's in agreement that you should pursue this
Okay.
activity.
We're in a regular
Okay.
meeting, we could make.
I just want to visit with Glenn and make sure that we don't have to bid this process out. They implied that we wouldn't, as long as they're representing us as our agent and not a broker, which they would not be a broker. I want to still keep the personnel office involved as much as we've ever been. I don't want a middleman. That's not my intent here, because I feel like the employee needs to be able to come to our office if they need help. But they would help us in the RFP process. And I am not a licensed broker, and it definitely would take someone that knows health insurance, the ins and the outs of health insurance.
So are you saying we might need to be prepared to have a special called meeting the first week of July?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
all right.
That's my plan, anyway. Medical reimbursement.
That means Monday, Tuesday.
That has gone well. We talked about that this morning with the company. I told them that is what we've done the past 3 years. I think it has been very beneficial to the employee. We are currently halfway through the budgeted amount, and I know that I have some forms just waiting for the confirmation that that employee's met above the 2,500. So unfortunately, I would say in the 3 years, this year, we're probably going to meet our full budget in that particular reimbursement, unfortunately, for our employees.
You're not asking for an increase, you want to keep it flat?
I want to keep it the same at the moment. A lot will depend on how we move forward. Like I said, we did discuss that process this morning. That can be part of our plan when they put it out for proposals. So a lot just depends on how the court decides to move forward. Supplies, I'd like to keep that the same. We don't go through a lot of supplies. However, there are years that we have special needs in the department that we have to purchase things for our office, so I'd really like to keep that at $1,000. Education and travel, we don't do a lot of travel out of our office. Usually it is through TAC, and we're reimbursed for any travel that we have. However, we have to have the money up front so we can pay for it, and then it takes about 3 months before we receive that reimbursement back. So I don't really want to lower our travel. I'd like to keep it at the same amount. And that's pretty much it in personnel.
You're doing a great job.
Well, thank you.
You're
As
doing a
far
great
as
job.
risk management, y'all want to look at risk management?
Yes.
Workers' comp, I don't ever like to go down in there just because it seems like we've always got a workers' comp case going on, 1, 4, 10. Unfortunately, we're in that business in a lot of our departments. There's always going to be a workers' comp claim. So I like to keep it at that amount if possible. And then something I've visited with the auditor about is when we get reimbursements on our accounts, such as workers' comp, unemployment, we've always just put that into, I believe, Fund 55. I would like to see that go, if possible, if it's legal, go into a different account, where if we do have a shortfall in one unemployment, workers' comp, something like that, that we could pull from that account and be able to judge how much we're actually using, instead of putting those reimbursements in Fund 55. And the auditor was going to check on it again. We don't want to do anything that we're not legally allowed to do, but that is a thought. I've asked for that in the past, but it's just not ever gone anywhere in the past.
You think it may be a good idea?
Yeah, so a lot of counties actually have insurance lines, insurance revenue, unexpected insurance revenue, so these insurances are trackable. But it would be more of like the general administration rather than each department. And that's how other counties do it, so I'd like to maybe implement that here.
Good.
Yeah,
Okay,
Okay.
good.
idea.
Good.
That'd be a good move.
Unemployment, same thing. I'd like for it to stay the same. We definitely try to fight every case that we have, but unfortunately, sometimes there's cases I can't win. Drug testing stays the same. We're usually to the penny in that account by the time the fourth quarter rolls around. So I'd like to see it stay the same. Our copier, I believe we pretty much, same thing there. We're down to the last penny at the end of the fiscal year. We don't use colored copies a lot during the year. However, when open enrollment rolls around, we use our copier a lot. And sometimes it is the colored copies, which uses up a little bit more of our budget. Supplies, I would like to keep that the same. Contracted services is our service awards and background checks. So I'd like to keep that the same. One thing I have noticed, and I'd like at least another year to monitor it, CJIS has put some more requirements on our departments. And so there's more fingerprinting going on now. And so I feel like if there's fingerprinting going on, I don't need to run a background check because that's much more in depth than what my background check is. But I'd like at least another fiscal year to keep an eye on that before I considered lowering that budget. Travel, same thing with that one as in personnel. I'd like to keep that at $1,000. Again, we don't travel a lot, but we are required to front the money and then get reimbursed on that. Dues, books, and subscriptions, that's actually an invoice that's paid to TAC for the entire county. It's really our participation fee per se. It's not a lot, but it comes out of that line item. So I'd just like to keep that the same also.
Everybody in the county benefits from that.
That's correct, yes. Insurance. This is the one that we've been discussing last court. We'll talk about it again in the morning. This is how we pay for our auto insurance, our liability, public officials liability insurance, property insurance, and now cybersecurity. I still don't have a cost for the cybersecurity, but TAC did say that once y'all decide to sign off tomorrow on the renewal, they can give me 3 premiums in July, and I will bring that back to the court as far as which coverage you'd like to go with. I have budgeted for $20,000 in that account for cybersecurity. I don't think it'll be that much, but it is included in the amount that I'm asking for. There is some padding in that account for mainly just deductibles. We do have a $100,000 deductible for convective storms. I've budgeted for 1 convective storm. I guess there's always a possibility we could see 2. I hope not. Hope we don't see any. But it's got to where every storm is a convective storm. I've also budgeted the $5,000 property deductible. If we have any issues like a frozen pipe or just an old pipe leak in the Justice Center, it's a $5,000 deductible. So I've put that in this budgeted amount. Also, there is room for miscellaneous vehicle deductibles. If there is a department that does not plan for that this coming fiscal year, we do have some padding in there to take those deductibles out.
We've talked about that, and it's kind of difficult to deduct or to budget those deductibles in every department for every contingency. So just leave it in one spot and use it. Hopefully not use it, but as
Right.
needed. So, yeah.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? All right.
Good job. You're doing
All
a
right.
great job.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Cooper.
Good morning.
Good morning.
There's not a whole lot of changes on mine.
You can pull the mic over a little bit. You speak out.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
There's not a whole lot of changes on mine this year of the bottom line. It's a little bit less than what I had budgeted for 2024, but you can see that I've allocated money in different areas. For example, the election judges and clerks, that's going to go down because we're not going to have 4 countywide elections. We're just going to have the big November one, and then probably an election in May next year. So I've gone down in that one, but I've increased my supplies because in the odd numbered years after legislation, I like to purchase whatever comes from that, whatever changes, and then kind of restock for the next even numbered year. The assistant election administrator, that one's going to be changing because last fiscal year we had the money was in different line items. I'm sure that most of you remember what we did there.
Month, 3-month thing.
Yeah. So I've just bumped that up to what it should be from what was passed last year. And then, of course, my the appointed official line is going to be different. And I've spoken to most of you about that to get myself from non-exempt to exempt, and then that comp time issue will go away. Other than that, everything else should be about the same.
The clerk line that says 9,000, is that part-time? What is that?
I think that was a remnant from that.
Yeah, that one can
What
go away.
did there,
That's not
so.
necessary anymore.
Okay.
And then now that we're looking at that, the copier lease, I think I want to bump that up a little bit because I'm always having to do amendments or line item transfers. So if we can look and see how much I owe on that every year so we don't have to do transfers.
Anybody else have anything more?
Looking at her copy. Oh, she's already at 3,000.
Yeah, I had to do a line item transfer from other areas to cover the rest of this year.
Do you want to set it at 4,000 or? Because she's already at 2,900 almost right now.
I could do a average, and, I mean, I could do a little data analysis
Okay.
if you wanted to. You can
Just do like a run rate and see what it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
see what the average is and then multiply that out by 12 and, you know,
That works.
we'll plug that 4,000 right now.
Okay.
I'll circle back.
And that's all my changes.
So you still end up with a $7,000 decrease.
Yeah, and it'll do that. In elections, it's cyclical. It'll go up, down, but generally it's around the same amount, just in different areas.
Anybody else? Thank you.
Thank you.
You're doing a good job,
You're
Stephanie.
going to do voter registration or?
Oh, yeah. That one, we're removing a couple of things because we've moved the admin assistant up to that assistant election administrator line. So we can take out those three.
5,000.
So it would just be the supplies, education, and dues, books, and subscriptions lines. Those are standard. I haven't changed those since I've started here. So I'm wanting to just keep those the same.
You said you're changing something with the employees?
There's some line items in there that I don't need anymore because we've moved the admin assistant. That's actually gone away, and it became the assistant election administrator.
Okay. So there's actually no personnel in voter registration? Okay.
We've moved it all under the elections administration budget.
I gave you a funny look a minute ago because I was like, there's only $800 for education and travel, and then I flipped the page, and I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
there it is. So
Most of it is under the education or the administration line. Now I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we can see Chad Davis back there. Good morning.
Hi.
Judge, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Mine's fairly simple. The only changes, I dropped 500 from my vehicle maintenance. I'm requesting 300 of that 500 to go to my ammunition, and that's pretty much it. I also list on here, and I don't ever give a number because I know the court's going to do what they can do, but request my clerk get a raise. And like I said, I don't put a number because I know y'all are going to do what you can do, but there's, I feel they're all hard workers across the board. And so that's pretty much all I have.
That's straight to the point, isn't it, Faye? Faye, do you like that? Being a responsible citizen, representing all these citizens out here. Okay.
Thank you.
That's good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Y'all want to take a break since there's nobody here?
Good idea.
Okay, let's take a break till 10 o'clock.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My budget proposal for the next fiscal cycle didn't change a whole lot from the previous year. About the only real change I'm asking for in cyclical expenditures would be an increase for my administrative assistant of 16% to bring her up to $40,000, which I think is reasonable considering she's degreed and she now has experience on the job and she's got the office up and running. If there are any questions, I'm glad to answer any questions.
You're just doing an offset on your supplies and your education.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. What was that percentage? It was 16%, I believe, is what I was asking for my admin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Constable, do we have him here? Yes. No.
JP2's here.
Yes. Mr. Kelly, Constable, that's JP.
JP Kelly.
Come on up, Judge.
Can I have one of those copies I gave you?
Yes, sir.
Sorry,
I was thinking I had
it's not up on the screen because I just gave this to her this morning because I had to change it.
Okay.
Okay, so I apologize for that.
No problem.
The reason you don't have it today is because my office has been very fluid in the last week or two. As y'all know I have 2 full-time clerks and 2 part-time clerks. I'm losing a part-time clerk again. Luckily, just to another office within the county. We can't seem to keep we can't seem to keep a part-time clerk in that second position. We've had 4 in the past 18 months. Very hard to find qualified people or people that are willing to work for the starting salary that we pay. So I'm asking my other part-time clerk, Joe McFarland, who has worked for us religiously for the past 2 years, or more than 2 years, is interested in going full-time. So I'm asking the court to drop the 2 part-time positions completely and add third full-time position. Joe's position would be mainly handling our between 300 and 400 truancy cases per year. The part-time person that's leaving has handled those so far with help from other clerks, but it's pretty much a full-time, year-round job. So we're asking for the office manager's pay to go from 42 to 45,360. The clerks, and I don't have my notes that I had, but the 2 clerk positions combined would be 79,488, not including the benefits, obviously. I am asking to reinstate the certification pay because this year all of my clerks will get their certifications. The office manager will get her master certification, and the other 2 clerks will get their certifications in criminal and civil. I don't know why that is not done.
What is that certification?
It's a master court clerk certification, just like peace officer certifications, but it's for court clerks. It's a class and course and test that you take. Most of the other clerks in the county have it.
So it's 300 each.
I don't know the exact figures. Tina knew, and she asked me to put in that number of 900.
And then what were the other certifications? What are the levels of this certification?
I'm going to sound stupid here. I can't tell you really. I just know that Tina's is going to be the master certification that covers everything. The clerk that handles mainly criminal stuff is going for the criminal clerk certification, so she makes sure she knows everything she's supposed to be doing. Even though she's been doing it for 10 years, she just never took the certification class. So she wants to get the certificate. I've asked them to get their certificates. Okay. I think everybody that works here should have some type of certificate. We all have certificates. Y'all have certificates. We've all gone to classes and taken tests, and they need to do the same thing. So I'm just trying to get us up to par. The longevity went up $200 just because the 2 clerks have been here 2 years longer, or another year longer. Last year, for some reason, our copier lease got stripped from $2,500 to $1,200, and we've had to make adjustments this year because we've gone over that. So I'm asking copier lease to be raised back up, not to the $2,500, but to $2,200. Supplies we're not changing. Education and travel we're not changing. Books and dues we're not changing. Bonds we're not changing. We're not changing anything else, and I did not include a raise for the elected official position. Whatever y'all decide to do with that is what we live with. I think my clerks need to be taken care of first. So I have a retirement income. It's not much, but I get a little money every year. So I'm not dying. Some of these clerks in this county, or some of the employees in this county, I believe, wonder where their next meal's coming from. I don't like that. I want to make sure our people are taken care of. I've heard rumors of people that work for the county that are on on food stamps. We need to correct that. These people come to work for us religiously and show up every day, Monday through Friday from 8 to 5 or whatever hours they work. They need to be well compensated or appropriately compensated. So does anybody have any questions?
I think it's pretty clear.
I did mention something, and I'll go ahead and mention it even though I think it's going to stay the same. This is not a budget item, but it's about when we're on call, we're allowed to turn in mileage for travel, going to and from calls. We're on call for 7 days, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We come to the jail, we do magistrations, we go to MHMR, sign mental warrants. We go all over the county answering accident calls, death calls, signing arrest warrants, search warrants, this and that and the other. I do not turn in mileage. I drive 4 different vehicles. Nanette's correct. I could probably take a picture of it, stop and start mileage, this and the other. I'm not regimented enough to do that, and that's my fault. That's my fault. I did mention to a couple of the commissioners about possibly those of us that are not doing mileage to maybe just a little monthly vehicle allowance or something. There is one judge that just wants to keep doing mileage, and that's fine. That's his choice. And if that's what y'all choose for us to do, then I'll just keep spending my gas money. It doesn't matter to me. But I would just want y'all to consider that in the long run. I've heard horror stories about previous courts and previous judges that this has always been a problem. They wanted a car, you gave them a car. That didn't work, this didn't work, blah, 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 blah. I don't want a car. The one time I did turn in mileage, it was a little over $200. I'm just not, me personally, am just not regimented enough because a call can come up in the middle of me driving somewhere. I can be going to church and the phone ring, hey, you got to call at the hospital. Well, my mind isn't on checking my mileage. My mind is on, okay, I got to go to the hospital. So stop, start mileage, stop, start mileage, stop, start mileage for me just doesn't work. My ADHD doesn't work that way. So it's just something for y'all to consider. Any questions on that?
No, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Y'all have a blessed day.
Okay.
Thank you.
And thank you very much. Do you need this back, man?
No.
Huh?
Andy says no. She can't right now.
Come on up, Judge.
Come on up.
I just text, there's Scott. Come on up, you're on your way. I like this ought to be good. No, we're not giving you a parade, nor a new horse, nor a new saddle.
If it was up to me, we wouldn't do anything. I'd just leave one day and Sissy'd be there the next. It'd suit me. Okay, I did ask for a raise for the employees because
4,600.
that's what I do. I'm not asking for anything for me, and I don't expect anything. In fact, I would hope that y'all would not give me something and it costs them something. So I put in about, I'm not a mathematician, but it was about an 8% raise.
That's correct.
For the office manager, and I didn't know what the new judge was going to do, whoever that might be, so I did put it in for a full-time clerk. So the situation has changed now. One of the part-time people is going to go full-time at the end of this budget till the first of the year and then become the office manager. I would still like those raises to be in place for them people that are doing that work. I put more money in for part-time because I just gave the part-time employees a little bump, and I hope that that will continue. So I hope that I tried to put enough in the new budget so that that could happen. I put more in the supplies and all because now you got to change all that paperwork and all that kind of stuff because there's a new judge, and that's just the way that happens every time that happens. So that is basically what I did. Anybody got any questions?
We just need a stamp over cotton, just a stamp.
Just
save all that.
Yeah, just save all of that and just stamp it on the new cards. Not so professional looking.
Yeah, it doesn't look too good, does it?
But anyway, it's all up there, guys, and young lady.
Yes, I'm still here.
I don't think I increased it some giant amount overall. I just, I have one heart, and that's to take care of the people that sit behind those computers every day, because to me, they're the heart of this county. So that's all I ask.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And good luck.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And good luck in your new venture.
In my new endeavor?
Yeah, in your venture.
Okay.
I hear you going to gold mining in Argentina.
That would be a no.
That would be
I didn't spend all that time building that house out there on Bray Street to be gone from it all the time on some adventure.
Okay.
I don't mind being gone a day or two, maybe even a week, but.
All right.
Okay, thank
you.
y'all.
Thank you.
Judge?
Okay, Scott London sitting in for Chad Jordan. Constable 4.
Constable 4. Numbers look at this.
Are these, oh, this is activity, not budget changes. Okay.
So Chad Jordan is not with us today, so I did bring a prepared statement, and I'll try not to ad-lib too much. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. Constable Chad Jordan was not able to be here today. Precinct 4 is and continues to be the busiest constable's office. The Chief Deputy Constable pay was established by the Commissioner's Court to be equal to the Sheriff's Office Lieutenant pay. The new pay scale approved in 2023 placed the starting pay for a lieutenant at $82,500. The current Precinct 4 Chief Deputy has over 3 years of service to Hood County. The constable humbly requests that the pay be raised as established by this Commissioner's Court. With the growth in population comes the growth in workload for our office. We're requesting 2 new deputy constable positions. One of these positions will help to establish always having an officer available in the historic courthouse for the safety of the public and especially the employees and elected officials. The Commissioner's Court wanted to keep the historic courthouse open without restricting access. We agree with this decision. However, this is especially why we need to have an officer at the courthouse for security and safety. A second officer is being requested to work as an environmental officer for Precinct 4. With the growth we are experiencing, we must plan for problems that are growing in Hood County. The days of simply sending a letter to fix a problem is not keeping Hood County safe and clean. We are also requesting a new constable clerk to help with the increased workload. During a tax sale, we borrow employees from 2 other departments to help us accomplish the tasks of a tax sale. This position can also help focus on collections for JP4 as well as county and district clerk offices. Warrants and court fees owed to Hood County are increasing. Uniforms and accessories were cut in half last year. we would like to increase accordingly with staff requests. Copier lease was cut when we were sharing some of the costs with Constable Precinct 2. He is no longer in the courthouse, and just to cover costs, it should be $3,500 for 2025. Supplies would increase with increased staff request. Vehicle maintenance is an issue with 3 vehicles in the fleet. It has been cut from prior years, and we cannot maintain them properly. The increased request to $2,000 per, the increased request is to $2,000 per vehicle. If we keep the older Chevrolet, it needs $4,000 worth of work to fix brakes and electrical issues right now. Education and travel expenses are requested at $2,500 per officer per year. That would be $7,500 if we have 3 full-time officers and $10,000 for 2025 if we have 4. Dues and subscriptions are requested back to the previous $2,000. It had been cut in 2024 by $500. Bonds would need to increase for the constable's new 4-year bond, which will be due next year, as well as the increased staffing. The budget request for 2025 reflects the growth and workload for Precinct 4. Not only in the courts, but in the public. He has prepared the request in separate, as it has been done in the past, as separate budgets as it has been done in the past. He has also combined it into a single budget. In the past year, we have collected an average of $15,955 in civil fees, totaling $191,470.53 for the past 22-23 year. We track our progress daily and monthly to make sure that we are effective and efficient as possible, serving the courts and the public. In 2023, the tax sale, we collected $1,353,829 in 6 weeks through the constable's office alone, plus an additional $35,745 because of the sale. As for the number of properties, last year we were given 107 properties to sell. 38 of those were paid prior to the sale, and 68 were sold at auction. 68 were sold at auction. The work involved in this process is extensive, not only for the day of the sale, but for a week or more following the sale and for several weeks leading up to the sale. There are 1,200 new homes being built in Crescent and another large subdivision on Old Granbury Road. We have to plan for the future now and look at serious long-range planning. Constable Jordan welcomes the budget workshops and to be able to discuss the requests in depth to plan for the future. Thank you.
We have copies of that.
What I just read? I have the one. I can give it to you. Or I can email it to each of y'all so y'all can have a copy of it.
Helpful.
I can do
You
that.
just email it, yeah.
Absolutely. I'll get that emailed probably within the next 15 minutes when I get back to the office.
This is, make sure I got it straight. This is a 265% increase in his office.
Correct. We're essentially looking at doubling our staff. So that would be a significant increase.
And if you apply that across the county, just saying, it would take the county from a $42 million county budget to a $111 million county budget, right?
I'm not asking for any other department.
Okay. I'm
But
just
Right, but
being
the growth,
hypothetical here.
yeah, the growth projections and the environmental and those things are applicable to every precinct. We're growing everywhere. So using
Understandable.
that logic, we would say we need an environmental deputy in every precinct.
That is possible, although the conversation could be had as to whether we would cover simply Precinct 4 or whether we'd cover the entire county. That conversation hasn't happened yet, because as it stands right now, Precinct 4 is the only one that is handling the tax sales for the entire county. It's not uncommon for us to reach out across precinct lines to do work in Hood County for more than just Precinct 4.
Right, but that is
a conversation that needs to be had.
Yeah, one of the additions was
The
because of the
environmental.
growth and
Correct.
the activity in the precinct, that applies to
Absolutely.
every precinct.
And so there again, You know, we would have to look at, are we looking at this for just precinct 4, or are we looking at this countywide? Because that would have potentially a much larger impact, absolutely.
And if we continued our hypothetical of the countywide, that would take our tax rate from approximately 28 cents, let's say, to 84, all things staying the same, which is right in there with GISD. So I'm just putting that on the table.
Understood.
But thank you for bringing this information.
Certainly. All right. Any other questions? All right. I'll get this email to you just in a few minutes. Thank you.
Next.
What did Andy say? She couldn't? Yeah. Well, see if, would you see?
Drew can go. Or are you want, okay, never mind. Drew said he can go too.
I can go whenever.
Okay, let's look at IT.
Our county clerk, she's here.
Yep, she could go as well.
You want to go? You got a good, clean,
Let's get her
fast
done.
slate.
Yeah.
I like yours.
Don't
Yours is
fight
easy
over it.
to
Let's don't
understand.
fight over it now.
Okay, so I sent y'all an email, I think that Monday after the Friday, everything was submitted with an updated sheet on salaries. I am just asking for an across-the-board 3% raise. I just feel that's comparable to a cost of living raise in the private sector. I do have down there at the bottom that to be determined. That person, that actually is the part-timer that was in Jeff Kelly's office, is now coming to my office as a full-time clerk. And so I'm not asking for a percentage on that. That'll be the starting salary that's there at the bottom. And she'll be starting on July 1st, I believe, with my office. So that is like an aggregate change of, $10,500 in salaries, an increase there.
Is this what we're looking at on the screen, is that?
So I think the numbers on there are without the percentage increase. Is that right, Stephanie? Yeah. Yeah, that's the one there. But that's the old one. I sent a, yeah. No, that's what my predecessor was going to submit. I've got some copies. Let me grab some.
Thank you.
Well, you did. Oh, okay. Well, you didn't, I didn't get this one.
So as I was saying, it just a 3% across the board, except for the person that'll be starting on July 1st. It'll be coming in at that starting pay for that clerk position. And that's our entry level. Entry level is what Melissa had given me for that. And I would be okay, since I'm very new to the job, if I don't get a 3%, I'm good with that. So I can definitely would rather see that go to the staff that have been there much longer.
I think you're doing a good job. You're getting the notes to us from the meetings quick. I think
We
you're
got
doing a good job.
We got the minutes on the agenda
Yeah,
now?
minutes.
Thank you. Thanks. So can we move on to some of the other categories? Are you ready? Okay, so on, I guess it's the Fund 10, the only change on that, well, you can see I'm asking for an additional $1,500 in education and travel expense to bring that up from $4,000 to $5,500. I'm doing that just because I know for myself there will be some trainings and things that I'll need to go to, you know, coming into the clerk's position. I know there's a newly elected officials seminar that'll be going on in December, and I just anticipate probably, you know, likely some other trainings and things like that for myself, and then also, you know, my staff and things like that. I think, you know, having a little bit extra in there so that if some things come up for them that they'd like to do. The dues and subscriptions, that's just a $100 increase. Again, I'm anticipating, you know, professional associations and things like that to join.
That big bulk in contract services is moving to
The
IT,
Fund 68?
correct? Yes.
Okay, so I have, after speaking with Stephanie this morning, that pertains to the archival fee. And I actually, we have a public notice out there for 2:30 this afternoon, which was my time that I was scheduled to present my budget, and that has to do with the 2024-25 archival retrieval plan, which is related to the budget because that's Fund 68. And so we'll need to talk about that at 2:30, if that's all right.
Okay.
To
Yeah,
keep that as scheduled.
since it's publicly noticed that way,
Yeah,
yeah.
we'll do that.
Right. But to answer your question, Commissioner Andrews, what I've learned is on that Fund 68, you have that pulled up. So originally, I was looking at reducing that contract services line, but I've since learned that that actually is the archival fee that has been collected, and that's all revenue that will be reserved for future archival projects. And so Stephanie explained to me that's not something that I would want to cut. And then also on the court records and fees and cost, the $30,000 that has been budgeted, and none of it has been spent, but again, that is part of that, this is all part of that archival account. And so it's not something where I really should be making any cuts, is what I understand.
So these are restricted funds, is what you're saying? That's
For
not
specific purposes,
No.
yes, yes.
Okay.
I think we have that updated 43. Okay. Oh, okay. So the variance for Fund 68 is just the $1,000.
On, yes, I did
Education.
add an additional 1,000 there for education and travel expense. Again, anticipating, you know, a preservation seminar or something of that nature.
Who would, is there a certain person in your office that uses this budget versus the other budget? The other travel and education?
This is all for the county clerk records, and is my understanding with this fund.
Okay, so there's education and travel in 4030, and then in your Fund
Correct.
10, so I guess does it just depend on which class they're going to, which fund they use?
Right, so if it's related to records management, it's my understanding that it could come out of the Fund 68.
Okay, that makes sense.
Anybody got anything else?
I don't think I do.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Miss Constable Alice.
Precinct 3, yes, ma'am. How are y'all?
Good.
I wanted to point out that 2 budgets ago, the budget stayed the same. As far as line items, I think y'all gave a 3% increase to our clerk. Last year, we cut my budget. This year, I'm not asking for any increase on any of the line items. I'm only going to do what I always do and ask for a more living wage for my clerk. She's classified as a clerk. I'm asking for reclassification of office manager and to increase her step. And the sheriff texted me a little while ago and said, y'all are ready, so I came up here as fast as I could and left my glasses, so I might as well have your paperwork in front of me. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Can you, is that correct?
I can see that.
Barely?
Yeah, I can make that out. But I really, you know, the budget that y'all gave me last year is very workable. I can do it again.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to ask if it would be okay. I know last year we had assigned commissioners. Would it be okay, since this is the first meeting, if I had reached out and just scheduled an individual meeting with each of you?
Oh, sure.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
all I'm asking.
Be great.
Okay,
You know where I am.
yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm in the old courthouse.
Okay, we'll come see you.
Good. Clint, you ready? He's on here until tomorrow, isn't he? Yeah, you're not until tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, they said it was going fast. We're trying to get it all done today, so I just thought I'd.
Well, if you're ready, let's take you tomorrow.
Mine's pretty simple. I don't think I asked for very little changes, if I asked for any.
Development.
Right before district attorney.
That's on
There it is, okay.
1 o'clock tomorrow.
Just reducing vehicle maintenance and increasing contract services and education?
The vehicle maintenance had some extra in there from a insurance claim, so.
What is this tabbed under?
What is what?
What's this tabbed under?
Yeah, I didn't either. What?
What tab is it under?
Yeah, what is?
Oh, development and compliance, right before.
4510.
Right before district attorney.
Mine was behind DPS. The
Well, go ahead. I don't have mine, but go ahead.
Basically, the only increase was for education and travel because of the price of everything going up, but everything else is good. And I reduced vehicle maintenance because we had a little extra in there for the insurance claim for hail damage.
yours is pretty new. I mean, it's a year or two old, so.
Are you so far this year, there hasn't been anything in education and travel. Are you planning on going to a class later in the
I'm
year?
registered right now for a class in August.
August? Oh,
And it seems like hotel rates are going up.
they are.
Pretty simple.
Yep. Any questions?
No.
We're good, thank you.
Dave, look in front of the DA, because mine are not in alphabetical order, so the tabs aren't descending correctly.
Yeah, I don't have it, it got left off of mine.
Because, yeah, see, my development is on this side, and then the DPS was, so, yeah, you don't have that situation.
Yeah, well-
Mine was backwards.
That's all right. His was quick and short and sweet, so. Who's next? Okay, Drew.
Judge Kelly? Judge Kelly?
We just did it.
Can you see if the other JPs would be willing? Oh, okay, good deal. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Drew.
Computers? I thought it's under computers, not IT.
Oh.
Yeah.
IT.
Oh, you did it again? Oh.
I got more requests.
Oh.
Again.
Get this book.
Yep.
Sorry.
I'm sure.
Reprint them all again.
Yes.
Making a list.
I love that we can see it live, though. This is really helpful. To make changes right as we go.
Yes. So really, the only change that was major between meeting with the four of you commissioners was a request from the county clerk. I guess there was a charge for Tyler in one of her accounts that was annual maintenance, and she asked me if we needed to take it over because everything is underneath, for Tyler is underneath my contract services line. So that is the only thing that is changing. But of course, with that, what I've shown the commissioners when I met with you, there was a decrease because I have substantially cut the best I could. But it will show a small increase in my budget to absorb that annual payment from the county clerk. So really, we're just moving the money. So an overall increase, I guess you would say, is $79,105. Because I've giving back all of my part-time, which is $50,000. I have, when I was back here in court in March, and I had to move some money from hardware software from contract services into hardware and software to cover, because there was a disagreement at the time of where certain things needed to come out of. That is reflective in contract services and hardware software. And then, of course, I cut telecommunications by $70,000, and I've cut dues, books, and subscriptions by $20,000. So overall, I have cut $150,000 while absorbing everyone else's increase. So like the sheriff has in this packet, the sheriff has software increases and hardware increases. Like I have absorbed basically all the county requests into this for this upcoming year with a small increase. So I've done my best to absorb everything.
And that includes any, like the MFA that we're going to talk about
Yes.
tomorrow, or is
Yes,
that?
it does.
Will that be this year's? The purchase will be this year, but the maintenance will be next year?
Correct, and
Okay.
it is in here, it is reflective in here as well.
Okay.
So again, I have cut where I could, absorbed everything that I could, so it would quite literally, there would be about as zero changes I can make.
Little bit difference between what she's showing and what you have here, but
Yes, so what she's shown, that was submitted way back in May. Okay, and so that was,
Something that's different.
yep, and
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I was gonna
It's
say,
in personnel stuff. Okay, I get it.
yes.
Straightforward.
So we can.
Thank you.
Y'all do a good job.
Thank you, Judge. If you have any questions, just let me know.
With them absorbing a lot of the, all the IT, all the software and everything, that's, to be able to reduce it some is good.
Yes. If you have any questions, you know how to reach me.
Thank you.
Were you able to reach any other JPs?
Judge Barnett is on the way. He is on call, so the only thing that would hold him up is if he gets a call, and I told him that if he had a call, that I would take it and told him to come on.
Good, thank you, thank you.
You'll do the auditor? Since she's here?
Can make changes while we go? Or do you have?
Okay. So what I'm requesting, my budget's going to go down overall just because there was built-in excess from training when I started. But I'm requesting a 5% salary increase for all of my staff. And then I also added a little for education and travel. There is a lot of opportunity out there for me to learn more and attend additional conferences for government auditing, which are super appealing to me. Maybe I can learn more best practices and implement them, keep changing all the fun things. And so that's my goal right there. Overall, my budget's going down.
That's pretty good.
So let's talk about the line, the ARPA grant. So that was an additional salary for the administration of the ARPA grant, and is that being rolled in somewhere, or are you removing it?
So I'm taking that out. We've already, in my mind, the ARPA grant is completely done.
Okay.
It's just a matter of whenever those allocated funds are actually executed. So the ARPA grant is gone. Because my salary is where it should be, that's kind of rolled up in there, basically.
All right. Good. Good to know.
Good.
Overall, I don't have the last year's number in front of me, but overall, you've gone down since last year.
Yes, sir.
16,652.
Are you okay?
Am I okay?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, of course, I would love a huge raise, but I'm
just checking.
I'm a team player.
You don't have a fever or anything?
No.
All right, thank you.
Well, a lot of it has to do with that 11,000 ARPA.
The ARPA, and then, the training overlap when I started in this fiscal. And so it's just kind of
There was a little bit of buffer, I guess, because we had two people there for a while,
Right.
while you were training. Good.
I know Judge Buffkin appoints you. Does he have anything to do with your salary too?
He sets my salary. And so that's all. Basically, if my budget goes above 5% from last year, there's 7, but generally it's 10 to.
Yeah.
And when you have a hearing, or he does at some point, has that already happened, or is that coming up?
It was when I was appointed, so it already happened in, I guess, January. It was kind of like I was going into the salary hearing and right in
Okay.
step with each other.
Okay.
I'm not sure if he has to do it every budget cycle or
And the court reporters, right?
I believe so, yes.
So it should be coming up in July, I think.
I can't remember if it's July or
August.
but, yeah.
You're doing a great job, so thank you.
Where is this FEMA?
Where's where?
FEMA Homeland Security go? Thought that would be under. Okay, there was
Under
not one in here
Margaret's.
before. That makes sense, I just didn't see one in here before, so I was a little confused on that.
Commissioners and the judge?
Sure.
Since we're right behind, and the tabs were, commissioners is next, so it's 4010. Oh, here he is, okay.
Okay.
Go JP4 then.
Judge, you're up. Come on up.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Y'all got everything you need from me? Any questions? You got my budget in front of you, right? Or
Got a flip to it.
I didn't ask for any changes in the budget except for, as the other JPs, an increase for our clerks. I have 2 full-time clerks.
An office manager and a clerk.
I have yes, sir.
Okay.
Office man, 2 full-time, an office manager and a clerk. And right now, we're just kind of, one of my clerks is out due to an illness, so I have 2 part-timers that are keeping us afloat.
You're a team player. Whatever the clerks get across the board is what you want your clerks to get, right?
Yes, sir.
Well,
yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Okay.
Y'all are pushing through. Good.
Yep.
Thank y'all.
We are. Or if she can come early.
If I may throw this in, I think the librarian's is out today, but she did email us and say there's no change.
Yeah, she is. She was not feeling well yesterday.
So
Day
we can
before.
do the librarian now. There's no change, except for her. Well, if anybody wants to put something out there on that, I don't think she'll be here.
Well, if we increase the wages, you give a cost of living for the other employees of the county, we're including these employees too. Would the commissioners agree with that?
I mean, they're county employees, right? Yeah, but
With that deal, that's all I have.
Yeah,
I
she
think
did.
her budget, she
When
didn't ask for anything else. She's doing a great job, I know that.
she did decrease her capital outlay that was in our original sheets. So I asked her about it when she met with me. I said, what are you planning to buy? And she said, oh, no, that was left over from a prior year. I don't need any capital outlay for this year. So that 6,000 decrease that you see.
And she did mention that she needed to up the number of books coming in to keep the accreditation, so that budget needed to go up a little bit.
So the biggest increase in hers is the HCAD service fee, which that's probably still in flux. We don't really know what that's going to be. So,
She says she's here.
oh, she is?
Yes, she said she can come over if you want her to.
I don't
I think we're good. I don't think she needs to worry
He
about
didn't
it.
need to come over because he didn't.
You know, 'cause it amazes me, the monthly reports we get, the volume of people that, you know,
Use
go
the
through that library,
Yeah.
you know, for all of the activities they do. I mean, it's significant.
She's okay on fuel?
I guess I can do mine. I'm going to do mine at 4:30. I'd just like to say that as far as the court administrator and the assistant court administrator, it's been always whatever the percentage increase that the district judge had done for his court administrator and assistant court administrator is what then the county court law administrator and the assistant court administrator got. And I'd like to keep that same deal because that's the three courts. So that's what I'm requesting there. And I'm also requesting, and I don't have that, I didn't bring that portion with me, but there's an increase in the mental health deal. Instead of hearing, you know, like one every 2 weeks, I bet you I hear 3 mental cases or 4 mental cases a week. You know that, don't you, by sending Jamie over there all the time? I mean, we're hearing a lot of mental illness and having to pay the attorney's fees on that, so that needs to come up, and whatever it is, but
That's
I'll
fine.
get with y'all
Yeah.
on that, so.
That's 40,000. So right now it's proposed at 24,000. Well, that's the same, so right now it's flat, so.
I'm asking for an increase because of that. What used to be like 1 a week or something like that, I bet you we have 3 to 4 a week, don't you think, every week? Yeah. We used to do maybe 1 a week, which means that we have to pay an attorney, pay attorney's fees, which is between $200 and $300 every time. So that indigent fund for the attorneys is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The rest of it is.
What do you want it to be?
How much do I have there now?
4,000. And year-to-date activity is 14,100.
I think it probably needs to go at least another 7,000. Would you say? Say 30? Yeah. It'll be there if it doesn't need it. I mean, I hope we don't need it, but
That year-to-date was taken, the beginning of
Oh.
May, so it fluctuates.
It could be more.
Yeah.
Mhm.
we just get a lot more now. I mean, and crazier too, I might add. Okay, that's all I have. You want to do the commissioners? Okay. Who's gonna?
I didn't see. $1 and FICA.
How do I handle the appraisal district? Do I have to worry about that?
What do you mean?
Show you what they sent everybody?
Okay.
245 Friday, the Good County Appraisal District, they come and talk about that, right? 'Cause we don't,
Well, you mean how much we pay them every quarter? It's divided up between the funds based on the tax rate.
it's hard for me to show you that. So, because it's allocated, it's not one fund that comes out of it.
Yeah.
It's come out of each.
Yeah, the 3 funds, the general fund, the library, and the road and bridge. I think it's just allocated based on the tax rate.
Well,
I think first we
But you
have
won't
to
know what the
approve
tax
their
rate is.
budget.
Right, first we have to approve their
Budget, And then
budget.
once we get that bottom dollar, then the charges are percentages based on how much they collect for each of those taxing entities. So it's kind of a weird formula, and I guess we just kind of guess at it for now, and then we can hone in on it as all those steps get finalized. So.
Like it is until the final numbers come in.
Did it increase from last year? Because I think that, well, the school district, well, I don't know, the homestead exemption, I don't know how much that changes what their percentage is relative to everybody else's. So.
They're asking for a pretty significant increase in their budget due to technology and adding an additional assistant chief appraiser is what's proposed right now. Okay, so nothing on the commissioners.
Okay. Treasurer, you ready? Come on up. We're not giving you anything anyway. No, but Margaret, I was kind of, are you waiting to come up with the fire marshal too?
I'll come up whenever y'all are ready.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and hear the treasurer right quick in case the fire marshal does come in here, so it's kind of together the way it's put up.
Okay, treasurer's
Okay.
not under T. Where's treasurer? County
Okay,
treasurer?
yes.
Okay, it's under county, okay.
First is Leanne McCoy.
Yes, are you ready?
Ready.
I haven't really asked.
Let me swear you in, rather.
Please do.
No.
I haven't asked for any changes other than my clerks. The first one, I would love for the office manager to be titled as a chief deputy, just because I feel like her duties are more of a chief deputy. I did ask for quite a bit of increase for them, and I haven't asked for anything else for the rest of the budget. I think we do need to talk about the credit card fees. Those do need to be increased.
Yeah.
Okay.
4,000? Up to 4,000 or?
You talking about the credit card fees?
I mean, yeah, you're already at 20, as of this?
I don't think that the departments are charging enough. So like library and animal control, we need to increase their fees for credit cards, so it'll cover that.
Oh, to the public?
Right.
Okay. Because you're having to pay the credit card companies, but it's not enough. We're
Right.
not collecting enough.
Right.
A lot of companies are starting to do that. They charge the fees. If you want to pay with the credit card, they charge the 3% more.
Right.
So I would probably need to take that up. Yeah. It's a good point.
Right. I did increase longevity because I have a 10-year employee. To go back to my chief deputy, I believe that the auditor's first assistant and my assistant should make, in a relative salary. Right now, the auditor's first assistant is making $12,000 more than my assistant, and they work together every single day. So I believe that her salary needs to be increased. Any questions or anything?
No.
I would say that was easy, but it's really not.
They-
That was easy.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Judge. How are you doing?
Doing good.
We want to get you out there right quick.
Been busy on calls this morning, so. All the JPs have met. We had a meeting about this beforehand. We all agree the same thing. We're all wanting the same thing. So it's on our budget we have turned in. That's what we're asking. We're all asking for the same thing for our employees. Any questions or anything? I mean, that's just basically what it is, so.
Yeah. Okay.
You're saying ditto, right?
Yeah, I believe they need a raise, and that's what we agreed on, all the JPs, so we all feel the same on it, and we're one on the same for all of our clerks. So,
Whatever the county does, y'all want the same for your clerks, right?
pretty much, yeah, we want it to be pretty even.
Right.
We want the clerks to do the same amount of work as other clerks, so we'd like to have the pay be pretty even if possible. That's what we're shooting for.
And what about the increase in part-time?
The part-time was because of, I have one part-time clerk, and I increased her time, or her salary because, for one thing, she's been here almost 20 years. And another thing is, too, with her being the only part-time, if I have somebody out on vacation or sick, I need her to come in and cover. So that's why the money is higher on her, why the year amount is higher on her. That way we have money to cover her to come in and cover for the people that are out sick or whatever it may be.
Okay. It doesn't look like you're going to meet the 20,000 this year.
Well, I would like to keep that because you never know if one's out sick or vacation or whatever. I'd like to keep it there for that reason.
But you have it up 5,000 to 25,000.
Yeah, it's at 25?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the reason why I increased it, is because there are plans in the office as far as vacations and health issues and things coming up that we're looking at that may be in effect that we want to have it covered.
Okay.
So if they are out, she can cover it.
Okay.
I just want to be able to pay my part-time if they have to come in, which she would have to. If anybody was sick out at all or anything, she'd be the only one I have to cover it. And I want the money there to pay her if she does. And if we don't use it, we don't use it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have anything else. Anybody else?
Good.
Okay.
Not me, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Okay. I guess, are all of y'all up here for the same thing, fire marshal, volunteer fire department, and emergency management, or y'all, well, come on up, let's. Okay.
Thank you.
What are we doing first?
Emergency management.
Okay, Ms. Campbell.
Okay. Mine is relatively simple. There's not a whole lot of changes. I'm asking for a 3% increase in my salary as well as the grant writer and the EM planner salaries. I'm also asking for a $500 increase under education and travel. Now that we have a third person in our office, I think it's reasonable to increase that about $500. The only other increase that we have is in the radio maintenance line, and we are at $305,000, and that covers radio maintenance, tower maintenance for the entire county, which serves all of the first responding agencies.
Sheriff knows about this. Has it been in his budget before?
ARPA.
Yeah, it's mostly been paid out of ARPA funds. This has been our big radio project that we've been using ARPA funds for, but now ARPA funds are gone, and now we need to begin the 15-year maintenance on our project. So
That's just the maintenance.
That's what we pay the Granbury radio network.
It's
for every
lot of
radio.
things. The radio network, it's the maintenance contract, it's the generators, it's towers, it's kind of a culmination of all the various maintenance fees.
So this is like the year that we are now taking this into the regular general fund, and it's going to be like this from now on.
Correct.
So, and it'll probably increase because we'll have more radios. And I'm hearing rumors that the monthly rate might be increasing too. So this is going to be, no?
Well, there was,
You have a change?
whenever this plan came in, it was supposed to be the more radios got on it, the cheaper everything went.
Well, that's-
So I think there's some discussions that need to happen there with how
Well-
much we're paying per radio per month.
The per radio might go down, but let's say the per radio goes down $2 per radio, but you add 5 more radios. Yeah, the per radio is down, but the total's going to go up.
We got a lot of radios. So.
We do have a lot of radios.
That $2 for each radio is a lot of money,
Okay.
so that would,
Okay.
that would help. So.
But I heard a rumor that they might not do that, so. I don't know if that's true. We haven't heard
See
it.
that, so we don't want another radio budget here from the fire marshal or from Ricky
Or the sheriff, right? All the radios.
Well, so this radio maintenance line is for the radio maintenance. This does not include purchasing new radios. So there may be a line in somebody else's budget to purchase new radios or to make modifications to their radios. This is strictly for the communication piece of it.
Yeah, for the maintenance. Okay, we got that.
This fiscal year is being paid out of the sheriff's budget.
Okay.
It's not in ARPA?
Not for maintenance.
Oh.
There's 6 months' worth. I think it started maybe in January is when they accounted for us going live on the Granbury radio network.
Okay.
And so all of that was accounted for under the sheriff's budget.
And it's switching over.
Any questions?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job, Margaret. Okay. Mr. Fire Marshal.
I wish mine was going to be that easy. I would like to point out, though, this is the second year in a row I haven't had to come in a wheelchair, so that's a bonus. First time I had gout and had to get wheeled in, that was fun.
Oh, no.
So I have a couple of substantial increases on mine. The first one is going to be for contract services. That went from $10,000 to $100,000. I don't know that it's going to be $100,000, but where the problem lies is the guy that we have contracted with for years. He has decided he is out of the fire truck maintenance business, so we're going to have to go out to bid. If I remember correctly, the last time we were out to bid, the closest we got was a 300% increase over what we had budgeted for the year before. I don't know that it's going to be 100, but I don't know that it's not going to be terribly close. The other big increase, and I know I sent all of this out in an email, but the increase for the fire department subsidies, I've kind of added on mine fire department and EMS subsidy. Initially, I'd asked for a $15,000 per department increase, which would have put them all at $130,000. I backed that down to $120,000, which is a $5,000 increase to the fire department subsidy over what was there last year. The addition is the $450,000 for EMS. I know we've had lots of discussions about who, how, where, when, and why, but I wanted to get it in there so at the very least we were able to have that discussion or figure out where it may be better suited. That is, the other one is the insurance line. I'm sure everybody knows the story on insurance. It's going up every year. Last year, I had to come in and ask for almost $20,000 the day after the budget was approved because we got the insurance premium check or bill the day after the budget started. I've since fixed that. We did a short cycle on this year's insurance. We did it for a 6-month. However, that's why I had to come in a couple courts ago and ask for an increase in our insurance line so that I can now pay an entire year. But moving forward, now we should be getting our annual insurance premium bill in June. So at least now I can start planning for it in the budget moving forward. That's all I have on the fire protection side. Is there any questions on that part of it?
You say again what the VFDs, is it, what is
So
it
each
per
of the
station?
departments would be a $5,000 increase, so it would be $120,000 to each of the 9 volunteer fire departments.
Okay. And we're not doing a lower amount for Granbury Volunteer Fire
Correct.
Department? That's been the,
Right.
on a
In the
one-year,
past, we
two-year?
had an agreement that we would buy the parts for their trucks and they had the city shop do the work. Well, since, I guess, 4 years ago, they stopped using the city shop, or the city shop won't do that anymore. So they've been on the hook for taking care of all of their county-used vehicles at Granbury. I wasn't aware of that last year when I was putting the budget together, and it was last year when they brought it to my attention that they don't have that arrangement anymore. So, yes, I used to curb back the Granbury VFD subsidy by the amount that we were considering maintenance and fuel for the other 9 volunteer departments. So I just made all 9 of them exactly the same.
That $450,000 for the Texas EMS, Ricky, you think that would be enough to, as a supplement to get you through? Because I know you're having a rough time right now. You're operating in the red.
We are. I think the goal was to get us through, hopefully the bond for the tax increase for the hospital district will pass. But that money won't be available till January 26th. So this is to get us through that piece.
Right.
Right now, to date, we're a negative 505 in the hole, but that's improving as our billing is improving cycles, so we anticipate that to increase. So I do believe it would be enough to get us through the coming year.
Yeah.
Unless we have a catastrophic event of some sort, which I can't plan for. But that could be a change in our reimbursement cycles or whatever, and we have a line of credit. We'll tap into that line of credit until we can get to a point. We've been doing that for the last 6 months. So, I mean, we're asking, double that nearly for the hospital district, but what we're looking at is about 18 to 20% of our budget, which covers our capital outlay and then the losses that we've had to bring us even, so we can actually increase staffing, increase payment, pay for the medics. We're about 13,000 below the market on everybody, so we're trying to get them up. I lost 3 paramedics last Friday. They left to go to other places, so we're actually dropping a truck until we can hire some more people. It's just, that's the sign of the times with competition around me. So,
most of the counties around here are supplementing their.
So I'm losing people to Parker County, which hospital district supports that, or I lose it to Hamilton County, which is hospital district, or I lost one to the fire service, which is tax supported as well. But everybody, you've heard MedStar. MedStar is its own public utility model, and it had been getting subsidy from all the cities, 14 cities. They ended that when they had bukus of money in the bank. COVID took care of that, and so they had to go back to Fort Worth for additional money just to supplement them this last year. And now the city is taking over MedStar, so it's tax subsidized as well. So I don't know of anybody around us that's not tax subsidized besides us. So Johnson County's bid is up the end of this month, I believe, or it opens in this month. That subsidy's changing. Somerville's tax subsidized, ERAS subsidized. So it's pretty much everywhere around us. And we've been doing this for 22 and a half years without it, which I think is a milestone for what we offer, the equipment, the cost. But COVID kind of hurt that. It really did. So pricing went up, cost of living went up. Can't get trucks because they're 2, 3, 4 years out. I've got a truck that's been on order now for 29 months, and it's still 6 months out. And then the one that you guys ordered, it's still another 3 years out. So the cost of running our equipment's increasing that cost of maintenance, which is killing us as well. So, and then fuel and all that kind of stuff. So yes, sir, I do think it's going to be a good asset to get us by.
The insurance payments aren't going up.
No, my insurance increased $27,000 this last year.
No. I mean the payouts from the insurance companies.
No, we're seeing even additional commercial insurance is pushing for lower rates. So even though we had a law passed that would, because we can't balance bill because of that law, they were supposed to increase the amount that they're paying us, but that hasn't occurred. So we're having to take it up with the legislature in January to see why we can't get that fixed. But we're a retirement community, so 67% of my run volume is 65 and older, so it's Medicare. Medicare pays a set rate. The most I can get out of Medicare is $450. It costs us more than that just to make the call. So that's government, can't do anything about it. We just have to move on with other ways to try to take care of it. We have very little commercial insurance, about 8 or 9%. We do have about 20% indigent care. I'll give you an example. I got one patient that cost us $107,000. Is what the expense is for him with zero payment, and that's just the last 2 months. So we do have a 20% indigent care that is, we have to make the call, we have to make the response, we have to transport, we get zero pay for it. So when we talk about indigent care with the hospital district, we have the same thing, we just don't get subsidized for that. So this is helping us tremendously.
So I think the city has a couple of dollars or something on their bills, like that doesn't amount to.
So we
What does
have
that
a
amount to?
subscription program throughout the county. We have AMUD and we have the water bill. It used to be $1, so that's $12 a month. We increased that to $24 this year. It goes to $36 next year. So does AMUD. I will be back with the next Commissioners Court to talk about an increase in the rate that you guys pay us for your employees, which we're trying to get everybody across the board the same rate. But the total amount that I bring in last year was $126. That's one payday for me.
126,000? Okay, just wanted to be
Yeah, it's not
sure.
much. No, we're basically doubling that, so we'll get $250,000. But again, that for me, that's 2 paydays. My payday expenses plus expenses runs about $155 every 2 weeks. So payroll's $100,000. So it's a good thing for the people. We're trying to help them offset the high cost of health care, but it's not a moneymaker at all. It doesn't even cover the cost. If you go to the Metroplex and do the same subscription program, you pay anywhere from $65 to $85 for that same thing. Care Flight's $49, I think it is. Air Evac's $49. With our membership, we pay for air also. So everybody in Hood County gets air. If they use Air Evac, we're covered under that. So we're helping the citizen, it was started long before me, to help offset the cost, but it doesn't bring any money to really help offset a lot of things. It's just a way to help pay for that air medical support for all the people.
Good.
Anything else? Thank you for your support.
Good. Thank you. Good job.
Jeff, I know you said this, but tell me again about the contract services. What was that increase for? 90,000?
Okay, so that's the part where Kevin Jones
Okay, I thought that's
and
what it
Emergency Apparatus have been doing our preventative maintenance. So that's oil changes, air filters, all just the regular preventative maintenance items. And he is retiring from that.
Okay.
Just about any other company that we're going to contract with, we're going to have to pay windshield time for them to get from wherever they are to wherever they're coming. Which I think is, I don't know that Kevin was ever charging us windshield time.
So the line above that, the preventative maintenance on fire suppression, I remember us creating that. I think I was sitting with you and Becky when we decided to split something out and put it in preventative maintenance on fire suppression, but
So
nothing's been charged to it. Is that later on in the year?
Well, it's about to happen.
Okay.
Every year I've got to get air packs flow tested, and we've got 145, 150 air packs, and it costs about $30 a pack to have them flow tested.
That's what that
And then
is.
the air bottles that we use, every 5 years, they've got to be hydrostatically tested, which is another $30 a bottle, and we've got more bottles actually than we have air packs. Because you have spares on the truck that you can swap out in the middle. Those have to be done every 5 years, and I'm about to have a pretty good chunk of those. It was the first cycle of bottles that we bought are about due for a hydro test. So a lot of that budget is about to be spent in July and maybe August.
Okay, good, thanks.
So that's the fire protection part of it. The other half of my budget is the fire marshal budget. I know I remembered to bring it up to some. I don't know if I remembered to bring it up to all of you when we spoke. I would like to reclassify my office admin to an office manager. If you're not aware, my office admin person does all of the same work for me when it comes to travel and training and insurance and all of that. She helps do the same thing for emergency management, so. And this is something I can come back to court if this budget is approved and asked to have her reclassified effective August 1st from office admin level 2 to an office manager level 2. The deputy pay, I didn't know what to ask for on Mike's. I know last year we reclassified him to investigator. So whatever that step increase is for investigators, that's kind of what I was asking. I know the total on the bottom of mine for 25 looked like it was less than it was for 24. A lot of that was because I don't know how to calculate the FICA, Medicare match, the longevity, and the retirement, so I left those blank. I don't even know what to put in there. I don't know how that increases each year, so. And I don't have a radio maintenance line on mine, by the way.
Check it. Okay. Anybody else have any question? Okay.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Roberta Samara, thank you for coming in. District Clerk, yes, Roberta. How are you?
I am well. How are y'all?
Good. Binder, District Clerk. Okay.
So I'm happy that we're not increasing our budget or asking to increase our budget for next year in our office. But I would like to move 2 of my girls up. One into the clerical supervisor position and one into an office manager position. We also-
That's reflected on here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We also have a new individual that speaks Spanish, so I have added interpretation pay on there, and that's included as well.
Y'all see a need for that in your office?
Absolutely. I plan
Yeah.
on hopefully bringing passports back as well to our office, and if we bring those back, it's going to for sure be a need, but we have Spanish-speaking individuals come in often, and it's already been a huge help to us.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, Judge Haddock's brought that up this morning. Man, I think that's a conversation that's going to have to be on the table, maybe not right now, but later, on the interpretation employee.
Okay.
Are you saying have an interpreter that floats from office to office, or?
It's, this is, well, it's a subject for conversation. That's a good point. I mean, it just depends, but
Okay.
he gave us a forewarning this morning, and I have talked to him in chambers about it, that he's just saying that based on the need, and you're bolstering that it may be something we'll have to look at, not this year necessarily, but maybe next year or the year after. So it's just something for everybody to have a heads up on. And with your bringing that up, I just wanted to point that out for the record.
Yeah, I think it's a necessity anymore. We have so many individuals, and we were pulling someone from the county attorney's office previously, but then that's taking her away from her work. So having someone that's bilingual in our office has been great, just in the past month that we've had her, so.
Well, that would be coming from a more neutral position too, because as noted, if someone's in his office or the prosecutor's office to interpret it, doesn't look real great to the defense attorneys,
Right.
you know? Anybody got anything else? That was painless.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate
You've done
it.
a good job.
Thank
You're
you.
doing a great job.
Thank you very much.
No. Yeah. You forgot something?
One of the questions that I'd asked some of you, and I've even talked with Ms. Matlock about it, when is the appropriate time to ask for capital budget consideration?
Tomorrow during the capital improvements discussion.
Okay.
Or now.
So that's, I know in the past, I have gotten myself in trouble for coming after the budget has been passed to ask to buy a fire truck or a underwater basket weaving trailer. I don't know. I just didn't know if there was a way that I could put on my budget capital item considerations or,
It looks like that spreadsheet's open, so
I mean, I can go in there and add a line to it, but I don't know what is the appropriate time to do that.
Right, how about right now?
Okay.
What is it that you're asking for?
So Granbury Volunteer Fire Department has come and asked if we could consider helping them to do some repairs on the fire training field. I know there is a conundrum because that fire field is owned by the city, but it is also made available to all 8 other departments at no cost, and that is a cost that they took to make that available. They have asked if we would consider $55,108.79 to do the repair work that's required to get it back up to standard. I don't really have a line in my budget to put that in. I mean, I don't know where I would ask that, but that is something they had asked if we would consider. So, like I say, I don't know when and where the appropriate time to do that was, but.
Is that 55,000, is that the total repair cost? Or
That is the total proposal, yes, sir.
So would that be a shared cost between the city and us? Or are you saying that the county would?
Well, that's kind of where the conundrum comes in. And they have asked if we would cover the entire cost of the repair. And that's why I'm saying the city owns the land, they built the facility, they put it all together, and I don't know that we contributed to any of the making that facility available. So, I mean, I didn't have any heartburn in considering and asking. I mean, the worst thing you can tell me is no, we're not going to do it, but.
If we use it, they don't charge or anything?
Correct.
Yeah, all the volunteer fire departments use it.
yeah, we use that extensively. They have a very top-notch training program in place that all the county departments participate in. And
Well, somebody's got to pay for it, don't they?
Right.
So, I mean, not only do they
and it's
provide
very
the facility to do it in, the training that they do at Granbury Volunteer Fire Department, we call it the rookie school. Our rookie school, by the time they get done with that, they are the equivalent of a state-certified TCFP firefighter 1 and 2. And all it cost, used to when I was chief of Indian Harbor years ago, the only thing it cost me to send students to that academy was a ream of paper so that they had stuff to print out on.
They don't even do that anymore, I don't think.
Would that be
They haven't asked me for paper in a long time, so, but I will say this, the training that they are providing is equivalent to what you're going to get for your mid-cities paid fire departments.
So would this be a capital improvement?
Yes.
It would?
Well, that's what he's asking. Are you thinking?
Well, I know what but I'm saying is, where is this the proper nomenclature? Or should it be put somewhere else, or is this okay under capital improvement?
Yeah, it's maintenance.
Even though,
Yeah, but we're
we don't
kind of
own.
improving somebody else's
Right,
capital.
we
I
don't
see what
own
you're-
the property, yeah. I mean, it may be,
I mean, if it was nomenclature training
It
anyway,
might-
I'm just talking out loud here.
that's a
but-
good point, Commissioner Eagle. We don't own the property, so can we do this, or does it need to be like a grant or a?
Or could I increase Granbury's subsidy by $55,108.79?
That might be the better way to do it.
Like community support, something like that.
I'd rather it be a separate line item, because one of the other stations hears that, and I see that Granbury.
Right.
Yeah.
I would prefer the other line item,
Yeah.
just because that would give us complete visibility.
Yeah.
That's right.
So
Does
just
the
put it in.
interlocal between the county and the city
Sorry?
Wouldn't that fall under the interlocal between the county and the city?
I think that probably on our end would need to be written out in an interlocal agreement. I think that is, yeah, on the back end of that thing,
But,
yeah.
I mean,
I don't think anybody's against the money up here.
You know, not opposed, it's how to.
Just how, yeah, how we're going to do it.
How we gonna do it? I agree.
that there's that there would be an interlocal agreement.
Well, so we
Saying-
have the interlocals with the fire departments. I can change the one with Granbury to notate in there that we will offer some support in maintaining of the facility. I mean, I
That's
can do
used
that.
by all
Yeah.
volunteer fire departments.
Right, or I can write a whole separate MOU.
I think it should be separate, but what do y'all
Okay.
think? Okay.
Just do an MOU for the whole deal, for this part?
Yeah, for the training facility.
I think that probably would be as we're just talking about it, I think that would cover it.
Okay. I'll write up a draft and submit
Yeah.
it for your approval.
Like in his fire budget? Are you saying add a line in his fire budget?
What are your thoughts on that? Or
You want to check with some,
Where do we support that currently? What budget?
it's that
In-
subsidy.
Yeah, in his budget.
So, as has been discussed, I think we go ahead and create a separate line item.
In the fire, where the $1,080,000 is for the fire and EMS subsidy?
Yeah, fire protection, right?
Yes, it'd be under the fire protection budget. It's 48850.
5430?
Yes, sir.
And then put a subcategory for payment for training facilities.
Yes, sir.
Then
So
you
I could just increase that line item by that amount and then have a whole separate MOU that is for, because I mean, the VFD subsidy line doesn't outline that each department, it doesn't outline by department how much each is getting. And that's usually a check that we cut to them in October. So my subsidy line is usually done 2 weeks after budget's approved.
So do they ever lease it out for other fire departments to come in and actually
I don't know
charge
if they
for?
lease it to others, but I know there have been other departments that have come to participate in training. When we do our interlocal auto aid, like we might have Parker County come out with us and do some so that we can train on how we're going to operate together, even though we're from two different entities and counties or whatever. But I'm not aware of what their schedule is and what else they do.
Okay.
But then moving forward in the future, if I wanted to buy that underwater basket weaving training trailer, I would need to do that on Friday
Yeah, well,
under capital.
yeah, well, I'm sure that our auditor has some ideas on how she would like to receive capital requests in the future, so if you ask me what my opinion is, I think that we need, that during this process, starting in April, May, whenever people are starting to work on their budgets, that they would submit a capital request to the auditor, and then she would keep a list of what the capital requests are that then would go into making up what Fund 55 ends up being, but that's,
Well, I for one think it would be nice to have an outline process on how that works, because I've been here, 4 years, and I didn't know how and when was the appropriate time to ask for things over and above what's in my budget.
I'm sure when she is finished with budget, she'll have a lot of ideas on how to improve it for next year.
Right. And far be it for me to ask for special consideration, but I'm normally not here on Fridays. If I know in advance I need to be here on a Friday to do that, I can rearrange my other schedule, but
As long as it's submitted by the day, then I think that would
Right.
be.
okay, sorry. I didn't mean to be difficult again.
You are so difficult.
I hear that every day.
You are expensive, that's true. About Andy, our tax assessor?
The sheriff is,
Tax assessor?
Commissioner Wilson is texting her right now.
Oh, okay.
I saw the county attorney back there, but
Yeah, he was here, but he left.
He asked me to tell you that he had some other things he needed to get done before noon, and so he'll be back after lunch.
Okay. Where does this one go? Does this go under emergency management?
we'll be gone after, no, I'm just kidding. We won't be here, but
Everybody's finished except Veteran Services. Who's going to come in for the extension agent? Hannah?
Just fixing a text. I don't see,
She has something going on at 11:30.
okay.
Veteran Services had no changes.
Veteran Services, no changes?
No changes.
Okay, we can cross her out. Okay. So that leaves the county attorney. What about the sheriffs? Any changes on the sheriff?
No, he says not up.
No, I'd rather see you after I've eaten something, Sheriff. Yours will take a little bit more than 9 minutes. Okay.
Pull up extension and see.
Okay. Well, what is the tax collector assessor? What is her, did she have it? She's got 3 or 4 out. She's covering all over.
Good grief. And her budget's pretty bad. 49.90, except for,
She just moved people around, I guess.
yeah, except for salary, it looks like it's all the same.
I think she needs to explain that a little bit, but she can probably come in on Friday because we're going to have to come back for Friday. She's just not going to be able to come in today because of her shortage of staff. So why don't we just go ahead and break for lunch and come back here at 1 o'clock, and hopefully we'll have, we'll get with the county attorney and the extension agency, and then we hear from the jail. I guess we might as well go ahead and start on you, Sheriff. Make the other ones wait.
Okay, starting on the admin side, the highlights of stuff. We need an increase for the office manager, the IT tech, and the clerical staff, and I think that's what everybody's been saying, so to ask for whatever you can do. We've added 2 investigators, I would like to add 2 investigators due to all the fraud cases, and we'd like to be able to put somebody into the DEA task force, and maybe we'd be able to get some funding back through that someday. We're still waiting on any of that to come, but opens up the doors for a lot of opportunities. Plus that gets them down here more to help us drug cases in that case. And then it's kind of like I've had somebody in the Marshal's task force, and the returns on having one person in there brings me a team all across the country to find these people that have taken off on warrants and bring them in, and we bring them back. So it's made a heck of a difference. Like to add 2 deputies with that state money. I've got 1 person hired and been working for a few weeks now. Still have one opening off of that money, otherwise the budgeted money is full, I'm full staff. And then to work 24/7 around the clock, I have 4 shifts, so if I get 2, I'd like to have 2 more, and that would cover 24/7, so I have 1 more person to every shift. Crime scene tech, we brought her in, we stole her from Stephenville, and with all the certifications she's got, she could be scooped up at any second to go someplace else because of everything she does, everything she knows. So I'd like to get her up to 57,000.
Which line is that on here? Is she under clerks?
Yeah, I think it was put under the clerk. It wasn't separated out. So you'd have to look on the breakdown of all the people. And then the really big thing that we've been fighting comp time for forever, and I was hoping that when we got that state money, we'd be able to put that towards overtime and give that a try and see how that works out instead of building the comp time. Can't do that, so we've been fighting this for lots of years, so I wanted to put in for overtime, so 150,000 into the admin side for overtime. In dispatch, the way we're using it with the overtime is if you're just working a few hours here, a few hours there, coming in a little early, coming in a little late, staying a little later, whatever, then it's comp time. But if you're called to ask to work another shift, then that'd be overtime. So we're trying to work it out the best we can in dispatch, and so we do the similar thing on the admin side. But otherwise, we just keep stacking up that comp time, and the guys can't find time to take off, and just so much going on where the judges are trying to get these court cases through, but that means that after the arrests are done, and then we got to get these guys into court for the ones that they don't get to plea out. I think you're asking the DA about that this morning, but the court cases that go, then those deputies are there, and we don't have a problem working with the DA or the county attorney, but the defense attorneys, they want whoever they want subpoenaed to be there, they want them there from start to finish. And so they're sitting out in the hallway waiting, and sometimes they don't even get called, but it costs us to pay them to be sitting out there. So that's something we need more deputies for, to cover more things, and they're always doing plenty of stuff. Otherwise, I think that was the big things in the administration side, unless you got any particular questions. Okay, moving on to like the jail. The clerical people, like to bring them up to like 42,000.
I do have a question. Where was the radio contract?
Yeah, the contract services, and so we had been paying that for the money once everything got up and running, then that was coming out of the admin budget to pay for that. And we had the money in there because of the way Becky put the money in there based on me talking to her, where are we going to cover this at when we get there? So then that would go, if you guys so desire, it'll go to the emergency management side or something, but.
Okay, so it's 153,000 decrease, but we're putting over 300,000 in next year's budget.
So the schedule changes year to year, and I think that's what it was scheduled as last year. It's just 150,000. I'm not really sure.
I think it was a partial year. I think it
Oh, because it didn't go live until January or something like that.
Pretty much a half year, yeah.
That's right.
More than a half year.
Okay.
And what was the bottom line on the variance?
I was going to write that down too, and so what I'm asking for, I guess in the administration side, that's a 7% increase, not a 295% increase. I was listening. So it's a little bit, but we got to keep up with the county and everything that's going on in the county, so. Yeah, I guess that's what I was digging for here. In the jail, I got too many sheets to look for. In the jail, we have, I'd like to get the administrative assistants, the clerical people raised up to a decent living wage. Those people work hard back there shuffling multiple job duties. The jailers, we were getting down quite a few, but once we got that state money in there, now we've brought it up to basically $50,000 for the starting pay and then up from there. And now I've got people applying. So we actually got a list of people waiting to fill the spots, and we only have 2 open spots right now, and we're waiting for the jail to decide who's going to move into a corporal and a sergeant position. Once that's done, then we'll hire. We've got 2 other, a female and a male, to put in there, and we'll be full staff and still have people waiting. So that's, well, and then I think yesterday we had one they let go, so he didn't cut it. But we got people waiting, so we'll be full staffed. But what made the difference is having that extra money in there, I guess. So I'd like to bring that up. Some of you are worried whether that's going to keep coming to us. I hope it does. I think it will. But if it doesn't, that's been the problem and the issue, I guess. We need to get that money up. You know, it's been crazy in the last year. We've had a guy come in, work till noon, then he just left. He decided being a jailer wasn't the life for him. And we had another guy just here a month or 2 ago that he came in, worked the whole day, and then didn't come back the second day. So said he was moving, and that never happened. So then he was asking for his job back, and like, no, you quit. So, or you didn't show up, so he's got to wait for 90 days, and we'll see. But we got that waiting list, and so not too worried about him. But getting that money up made a difference on attracting people, because for the longest time we didn't have people knocking down the door trying to get a job. So having that added money made a difference. So I'd like to keep it there, or even get it higher if that money continues. I've got 6 clerks and that administrative assistant, so all of them, need a healthy raise to get up there to a living decent wage for everything that they do. Also in the jail, I wanted to put in overtime, so I put in $100,000, and that shouldn't get used for sure, but I don't want to figure it too low. What's not used, and it'll go back into the budget for next year or the year after, I guess. But because those guys work a set schedule, so unless they're doing reports, which that does happen on occasion, then that'll build some comp time. But if they get called in to work another shift for some reason or another, which maybe won't happen very often with the jail side of things, I still think we need to get started with the overtime budget, and so I'm asking for $100,000 in there. And we've got a couple of older people that love what they do, but they're just getting up there in years, and so they don't want to work a full-time job, and so they've been asking if we'd have a part-time position. And I've got a few people that would cover a few shifts from time to time, and so if we could have a part-time position to cover like $25,000 and have a few people taking money from that as they worked. Then the cost of food is always going up, as you know, when you go to the grocery store, and coveralls, bedding, everything's increasing. So asking for $5,000 more in the coveralls and bedding, $15,000 more in cost for food. Then I hope that would equal out. And then the out-of-county inmates, that's been the biggest problem, and we've kind of had it roughly figured the other day that if it kept going like it had been for the last few months, it could be another $800,000 just to finish out, or close to it, to finish out the year. And I think after paying last month's bills, and I think they totaled $176,000 for 1 month, then that took a big dent out of that, and I think pretty much wiped us out on out-of-county prisoner money. So probably need to get that on the agenda as soon as possible to add some more money in there just so we can finish out the year. So, you know, next year I was looking at maybe $1.6 billion. So that the jail budget then, with adding that in there, then that's 25% more this year than last year, and that's a big, big part of it, is that out-of-county inmate money. But I feel like, you know, if I can't keep them here, we got to keep them somewhere. The judges have been, the JPs have been doing a lot of PR bonds. I did a PR bond Monday night just so we could, no, Tuesday night, so we could get a person up to Wichita Falls, because she thinks a little different than most people do, and she likes fighting with her family. So bond was kind of high at like $20,000, but I figured we needed to get her up there to, I know she's not going anywhere, so I'll know where to find her if she has problems again. But so I allowed that PR bond. But the judges, the district judge, the county court law, they've all done more PR bonds here lately. And so what's going to happen here before too long, then they're going to say, hey, sheriff, go get them. And we'll end up going and trying to find them and bring them back. But here lately, district court has had some high priorities, and we've got them found and got them done. And one guy ran to Arkansas, and we found him by the next morning. So he's back in jail, back here, waiting for time to go before Judge Bufkin. So, you know, we'll keep doing what we got to do, and that's all part of it. So, but if we can get them out and get them through the system, I know both county court law and the district judge are working hard, but there's only so much they can do. With this morning, you were questioning the DA about the 900 and some days in jail. Today is 1,000 days for that, I think, 2 of those guys. So keeps stacking up. So, but it sounds like he's got a plan, and hopefully that's going to get taken care of on a few. We just keep rocking along.
Yeah, but it's taken 1,000 days to get there.
Yeah, and I don't have any control over that.
I understand, sir.
And a lot of it isn't even the DA or the district judge, it's the defense attorneys. They want to throw up roadblocks on different things, and I guess they can do that, and then the judge has to rule on that, but and that's why some of it drags out. But
they're also having to pay, you know, I'm assuming they're, you know, the county's paying for the attorneys for those 2 individuals also.
Yep,
so that means, you know, that's additional added cost.
Yep, that's the county appointed attorneys, no doubt. So I don't have any control over that either. I just hold them after they're arrested. So.
Did we get your training officer position put in the right spot, or is that still under the jail budget?
Training in the jail or training? Oh, the training person.
Yes.
Well, I think we did. He's on the admin side now, but I guess we need to make sure that he's working for everybody in that agency up there.
Yeah, it just seemed like an odd placement to have him in the jail budget.
Jacob Shelley.
Yeah.
And that guy, definitely, as hard as he works, if he's not entirely busy with something, then he'll go help in the jail. He's a licensed jailer. He cleaned out the barn out there. We had the center section was full of records back to the 70s, maybe even older than that, and he got that all cleaned out. He's done a great job. He's a self-motivated guy that you don't have to keep riding him, and he just keeps on going. So keeps on finding things to do and keeps on doing it. And he has kept everybody up on their hours or made sure they know about their hours. So, yeah, I think some of the people on the time clock system I can see, and some of them I can't. Most of them I can see, so I think he got moved over, but I guess we need to make sure on that.
Because I thought that I had him still in the jail budget stuff I've been looking at.
To start with, after this budget went into effect last year, I think it did, so
Yeah.
he wasn't moved. And I talked to Becky about that prior to her leaving. So any questions about jail concerns or?
Did you ever find where the nurse pay?
Yes.
Oh, that's a good question.
What was the question?
How does the hospital district nurse, jail nurse, where does that, I don't understand where that, if the hospital district is paying for it, it's in our budget?
It's Fund 107.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because that was on my list too, that those guys do a fantastic job day and night. We got 24/7 coverage. And they head off some of that stuff, and deal with little problems, putting a Band-Aid on, give them an aspirin, clear on up to the big stuff, and helping the doctor when he comes, helping the dentist when he comes. So they do a fantastic job, and I'd hate to lose those guys too. So, yeah, I need to put those guys down for a pretty hefty raise, but that's Fund 107.
And here it's called LEC Medical?
Yes.
Okay.
LEC Medical, Fund 107.
And so the hospital district reimburses you for that?
Yeah, for the doctor's contract, the dentist contract, all of that then gets turned over to the hospital district, and then we get a check back on that.
And that's, I think, the question is when the check comes back. And where does it go into the revenue side of Fund 107? Oh, do you already have it up here?
So it should pretty well be taking care of itself. A lot of that falls back on like the drugs, that comes straight, bills go straight to the hospital district. And so those vary from month to month. If we got those people on HIV drugs that cost, $3,000 to $5,000, but ultimately the hospital district pays that. But from what these nurses and Dr. Bishop does, that they stay on top of that and make sure they don't get any more than they need, and most of the time he uses non-narcotics. But sometimes you can't do anything but, what they got out there on the market with the HIV stuff, so.
So what is this you're showing us?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at, this is, the reimbursements are coming in monthly, some more often than monthly, I'll dig into that, but we're getting them frequently.
Okay. And this is
That's the revenue.
okay. That offsets the, because Fund 107 has this year, 432,000.
Yeah, I guess that 10,000 is for coverage in between when the hospital district check gets wrote and we get the bills.
Okay. I just didn't know where it went, or where the money, when it comes from the hospital district, how it's reflected in our budget, but that.
And I believe this Fund 107 at LEC Medical has been set up since way before I was ever the sheriff.
Okay.
So I imagine since before everything, well, since 96 or whatever it was when LGMC took over. Guess, is there any other questions about that? Otherwise, we got animal control and dispatch to talk about. I guess dispatch.
Dispatch next. How many dispatchers? 24?
That were down, or?
No, total. Total dispatchers? Is it
22?
22? Yeah, that sounds right. Okay.
I didn't bring the rest of that. In dispatch, we've definitely had our ups and downs there, and we lost, in the last year, we lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But then we're building back up now. Tyler requested to let one of the recruits go. They're just having trouble with learning the program and being able to stay up at where she's at right now. So I think he was going to be working on doing the PAF for that Terminator, so I'll be 24.
I think that's with the two.
Sean and Tyler?
Yeah, Sean and Tyler then. And maybe that's how I had it.
That's with two new ones requested, so it's 22 currently, and they're requesting
Yeah.
2 new ones.
Oh, so for the 2024-5 budget, it'll be 24 dispatchers and then 2 leads or supervisors, so 26 total?
It includes the supervisors.
Oh, okay.
24 number.
Okay.
And I know they'd like to do it a little bit different, so he threw out a couple of ways of doing it with a shift lead, so we'd have 4 shifts, and what that would cost, and then having a night shift supervisor and a day shift supervisor, that direction. So the difference, it's a little more with having a night shift and a day shift compared to just a shift lead. And so the difference was, it was $19,218 for the supervisors, and so difference of $7,218. And we're growing up there, so there's a lot of training going on, and there's a lot to say grace over. And I know you were concerned, Commissioner Samuelson, about the GISD contract, and I'll talk more about that tomorrow, but I think me and Tyler answered all those questions.
Yeah, he did.
You know, I don't want to have in regards to dispatch right now talking, I don't want to have another Uvalde thing here or at the high school or whatever school. And we got, I don't remember if they've got 13 or 14 campuses with GISD, then we got Toller and we got Lipan. And then the other private schools too. So, you know, the city, got the city kind of covered, but everybody helps everybody. We got to in a situation like that. And none of us are going to be doing like they did in Uvalde. We're going to jump in and run. But with the radios, they already bought their own radios, so we're just going to have one emergency channel that if they hear something over that channel, take notice and respond accordingly if they need an ambulance or worse. So otherwise, they'll be taking care of their own stuff from day to day. We won't be listening to any of that. We don't have to. They're going to talk amongst themselves. But this radio system is a fantastic deal where it works in buildings where we never had coverage before. So dispatch, you know, with the city, the county, I know with Cliff Andrews leaving, they I think their management side at the city level had high hopes of having their own dispatch center down there, and the best they could probably hope for is having a table set up with a console or two that they've already bought, and they can talk amongst themselves, I guess, but they, by the rules of the Council of Governments, they can't get their own 911 calls, anything like that. They don't have enough population per their requirements, and they don't get enough 911 calls, so all that's going to have to come through us, and then that'd be an extra step of transferring calls. If it came down to just helping them try to do their own thing right now, so it'd put a big delay for the citizens, so it'd be faster, more streamlined, just to keep doing it like we're doing it right now. So they're working every day to try to streamline things. We're still waiting for the I don't even know what it's called really, they keep changing its name, a piece of equipment that'll tone out over another frequency for the fire departments. And it's all kind of an animated, like what you get on your phone, the code red stuff. And they'll say, we got a fire at Lipan, or we got a medical emergency, whatever's going on at Crescent, or whatever the case is. And so they're still trying to get that in place, and that's not our fault. That's the contractors for Harris, I guess. So that hopefully is going to come together and make their life a little bit easier too. Tyler and Sean are always thinking about how to streamline stuff and make it easier. So less work for everybody, but get the job done. We'd like to also, in this next budget year, add one person more into that group too, so they would work at the front desk. So, and we've already been training one of the dispatchers just because she has frustrating times with the city, and so we put her in there, and she does real good with the people coming up to the window and taking care of whatever they need. And then she can also put in when somebody comes up there and says, I need to talk to a deputy, a city officer, or whatever, she can put that straight into the system and dispatch it, and not get on the radio, but do everything but that, and then it switches over to dispatch, and they take care of it from there. So that'll streamline stuff too. And so that person that they've been kind of training and grooming for that, she might have worked for me now for 15 years. So, but that helped things, and that position was out of the jail budget in the past. And I don't know why it started in the jail, but it did, so.
Is that showing up under the dispatcher line, or is that a separate? Okay.
Yeah, we need to get it put in there.
Is this sitting behind the, is this the person sitting right inside that whenever you come into the foyer of the jail there that?
Behind the glass, the smoke glass?
Okay, all right.
Or the one-way glass, or?
Yep. Yeah, we put as dark a tint on there as we could. Many years ago, before any of you were on the board, on the Commissioner's Court, we asked for bulletproof glass after that, all that stuff happened up with police department in Dallas, and the court didn't want to do that. So we thought, well, we'd put the darkest stuff we can put on there, so unless they just start shooting at random, if they do come in there, then hopefully they can not be seen specifically and get out of the way or something. But it's the same with up here too. We need to do better for protecting everybody with all this glass up and down the halls and in their offices and all of that. But yeah, that's the person. So those guys worked hard in there to get it up to where it is. So, and that was some of the discussion is, 2 assistant supervisors or the 4 shift leads. And I asked the auditor to put in the more expensive one they thought that would work better. And so that's what's in there now. And then actually bumping up the overtime too. It seems like every year we always have some issues that, with the Big L fire or with, these other things. And it's when you got the extra stuff going on and you got more phones to answer, more people out there. Sometimes you just got to ask more people to come in and work some extra shifts or something like that. Hopefully we'll get full staffed, and then that'll kind of work most of itself out from that. But there's still you got to plan for the worst and hope for the best. Any other specific questions about that? I think in your information that we gave you personally or sent it to you by email has all the different things that they do, and all the I am responding, all the other things all listed and how it works and the cost of all of that and the budget. So Sean decided he was going to go on vacation, but Tyler's up there to ask more specific questions. I hope Sean comes back. They went to Rome, to Italy, so. Unless there's any more to talk about there, I guess we got like animal control. So on that, we'd like to add a full-time kennel person, get the clerk a raise. Steve and I both went out there a lot here lately, and it seems like it's more in the morning than in the afternoon, but it just the phone rings and rings and rings all day long, and then people are coming in to turn over their pets that they don't want anymore. It's pretty wild what they're doing. They'll come up there with a box of kittens and say, here you go, and then we got to deal with it. Or dogs too, it doesn't really matter. And I know they've had a traumatic time here in the last couple of weeks or a month or so with dealing with a lot of stuff, because they've had to ultimately put down dogs and cats that they couldn't get into rescue groups, and we put them into rescue groups all the time. Kelly has done such a fantastic job with staying on top of that and working with all the rescue groups. But there's some of these dogs that are vicious dogs that can't do much with, and the feral cats can't do much with. So I know Kelly herself in 2 days put down 48 animals. So I don't like to make that official and say it for the record, but yeah, that's what's happened. So, and that tore her up bad. So I got Darla and Terry Leuven out there to meet with them the other day. And it all came to my attention a little bit prior to that, but then it came to a head on Saturday. We were trying to do 2 different animal adoptions, and I knew stuff was bothering them all, so I was working with 4 of them that day alone. So trying to get them the help they need so they can keep on going. We even tried to look at getting one of the vets to come in and take over doing that, so that my guys can just stay out there working and answering the phone and all that. And the vet said, no, we can't do any of that. So we're trying to do it all ourselves. You know, the city of Granbury, they pick up a stray and they bring it to us, and they're paying on their contract. So I guess we'll do what we got to do. But it's been tough on them out there, and so I want to take care of them. So we're going to get them whatever counseling we need to do. But they're getting so busy with calls. I'd like to, and this has just come to my attention before we really sat down to do a lot of the budget work, but I'd like to ask for another animal control officer. That's how busy it's getting for them out there. So wanted to, trade in part-time for a full-time and get them some more training, add about $1,000 to that, which when they come on, they have to recertify on the euthanasia, and then some of their continuing education for the animal control stuff also. But they're just getting that busy out there we need to get another person added into the group if we can possibly do that. So deputies try to help them all they can, but then sometimes the deputies got their hands full with taking calls. So we try to, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, schedule the animal control for going out and even dealing with the horses and the cows that are loose and so on and so forth. And but the deputies, when they're not busy, then they're going to be pitching in and they help them too. And then on nights and weekends, the only time they come out is for bites and vicious dogs. So they have to document all that per the state regulations. So, so they're working really hard out there and doing a great job of keeping that building clean and all that. You'd be happy anytime you want to go out there and see it. It's always looking good and even not smelling too bad, but they're overworked out there. So
They do have a volunteer program out there too, don't they?
Oh, yeah. And adult probation sends people out there to work off their hours. So they get them back in the back doing, cleaning out kennels or doing the laundry. But we don't have a washer that works right now, so bringing that up on the agenda tomorrow. But yeah, we always have, like on a Saturday, there'll be 2 or 3 volunteers out there. And there's some people that volunteer all the time just because they love the dogs and cats and animals. And like we did on the 1st of June and the 1st of December, first Saturday of those 2 months, we do the low-cost vaccination clinic. And it is wild. We had people parked all the parking lot and then on both sides of the road clear down to almost where the chipper is. And we had the vet in there working, and we had, I think I had 5 volunteers. I was out there, and then 3 of the staff members are working out there, plus the kennel tech was working, keeping things clean. So I finally got to leave the front gate by 2 o'clock that afternoon, and it was only supposed to go from 10 till 12. So the extra things that they do are fantastic for the community because of the cost savings to them. And so we want to keep that going. So Kelly always gets a couple of them to take the day off before or half a day off so they can work that. And the same with the adoption events too. So we don't build up any extra comp time that we shouldn't have. Is there any questions about anything? We've got the victim assistant coordinator over there. I need to get her as good a raise as I can get. We're still moving forward with the grant. I know that gets frustrating because that takes a lot of her time. That the grant says you got to do this, this, and this, and there's so much more that she can be doing, and she wants to do it. That's what's so great about Mary up there. She just, like the Energizer bunny, just keeps on going and going until you tell her to go home for the day. So, please get her the biggest raise you can get her for all that she does. On the admin side, I think in the last couple of years, we've had some confusion over the pay scales that we wanted to do. I know, Commissioner Andrews, you were thinking about some stuff, but with the way it's all finally went in line is that I think there's under $70,000 for step raises for the deputies, because some will get them, some won't. And if you can give them any cost of living raises, that'd be fantastic. But the deputies are happy. Everybody seems to be happy with the way this plan is going. So it doesn't fall that every year everybody gets a step raise. It fluctuates, and it's all ironed out, so it's quite a few years in advance that we've got all this. So I think I was thinking it was 60. Well, it's under $70,000 a year. I should have wrote that down, but I didn't. So we'd like to keep that going to keep everybody happy, but any and all cost of living raises for any of my departments would be greatly appreciated. Am I missing anything?
I just want to touch on something that back in 2021, when I sat up here and we went through a whole PowerPoint presentation, y'all got tired of hearing me that year. All but one of you guys was up here. I know you're in the back, right? So you guys know how desperate we are to keep our employees, to train our employees, to compensate our employees. Back in 2021, we talked about doing something about this comp time. We're 3 years removed from that almost, and we haven't done anything about it. People don't want to work for free. I can't get people to come to work. Comp time is a huge issue for us. We're asking for overtime. Let's try it. We got to do something for it. People don't want to work for free anymore. Just today, literally today before I came here, I got another thing sent to me, which all my investigators got it too. Leander, Texas is asking for lateral investigators. So no patrol, just go straight to CID, $82,700 a year with a $10,000 sign-on bonus and paid overtime. I can't compete with that. You've got to do something about comp time. I've got to have people at work. The sheriff told you about court and all the things that we're required to do, the training that we're required to go to, the state mandates. If guys are gone to training or vacation or court, I've got to have them at work, and I can't get them to work if I can't pay them. We've got to do something about comp time, please, guys. It's 3 years now we've been talking about doing it, and we haven't done anything about it, so thank you.
That'd be, with adding the overtime and the possibilities of that, even doing the schedule like we're doing it with the raises, when they see stuff like this, we get information from out of the Metroplex all the time saying, come to work for us, but they're saying a higher pay and then a sign-on bonus. But if they can, I feel like all my guys love working here, guys and gals, and if we can just help them out a little bit, and if we could get the overtime, that would make a big difference. Not that we're going to try to eat that up, but at least there's that opportunity that they might, when they get asked to work another shift because somebody's sick or trying to take a vacation day or caught up for one of those week-long district courts that they're not ever going to get up there to testify to, then, they can make some money out of that. So, and the younger guys especially, they don't really look at on down the road as far as retirement. They just know, I need the money now to pay the bills and keep food on the table and paying for them babies that they're making, and they don't think about the way off into the future. A lot of them do, but some of them don't. So.
I have a question. Just going back to what you were saying about, back to the sheriff admin, when you were talking about the additional, being able to bring on the additional deputies with the SB 22. So one of them has already started.
About a month ago.
And one of them is in the process.
Well, I don't have any opening or any applications that I'm aware of for that last spot.
So
all the budgeted spots are full, and then we've got one person back and working on that. So I've still got one opening on the Senate Bill 22 money.
Okay, so I know there's some kind of timeline on that. So if you aren't able to fill it, will you need to use that money for equipment? Is that how it works?
I think so, but okay. I'm still waiting for more information to come. I get emails like once a week about what they're thinking about for the future. It sounds like they're going to try to get that money to hit everybody that got the money to start with this year is going to get it next year, and it's supposed to hit by October, so we can just keep right on rolling. But I figure when I go to my conference next month, the end of July, hopefully they have a whole bunch more information for us, but I figured we'll be monitoring that real close, and I don't want to give any more back to the state that I need to, and so there's always equipment we need or
ammunition, yeah.
So, yeah, we have unfortunately, some of my deputies have a wish list, so.
Yeah. So you may be able to buy, I would prefer that you were able to hire the deputy, but if you're not, rather than losing the money, if you can, you'll have some equipment or ammunition to buy.
I hope so. So either way, if we get the deputy, that's great, but we're not going to let the money go back. We'll spend it how we need it and looking for the future to make sure we got enough of everything.
Anything else?
My door's always open, the phone's always on, so call me about any of this over the next few months or whatever, and we'll talk about it and work out whatever we need to work out. But
Okay. Well,
Thank you for your
you
time.
got everybody happy right now. I remember last fall, there was we were in a bad situation last fall.
Yeah, and I
And I don't want to
appreciate,
get there again.
no, that's not a good place to be, and so I'm thankful that we're back to, only a couple openings, one on the administration side, and I've got people waiting for the jail, and then in dispatch, we're pretty close to getting filled, but not quite there. We had the person from, I don't know if I said it earlier, the one we stole away from Stephenville, that was their supervisor out there. So she started Monday. So we got some good people, and, I need to be able to keep those good people, so.
Yeah.
I don't want to make those guys over there too mad, because I got inmates in Erath County, but
Yeah, but some of them, you've had, some of the 911 dispatchers have not been able to, they made it through training, but then decided that that wasn't the perfect fit.
yeah, had one that was almost to the end, and then she decided that, I think part of her problem is you got to go to work night shift. And so she went out to animal control. So she's making a good hand out there, but, so she left, and we've had to let a couple go. One kid, I thought, boy, he's so gung-ho, and he was supposed to show up on a Saturday for his shift, and Sean came in on his Saturday to train, and the kid never showed, and they tried calling him and everything. So he was terminated. And then we heard information that he was at some party and all this, but he said he was in the hospital, so didn't quite work out. So I don't need people to lie to me and lie to other employees, so they come and they go, but I got some other good ones started, so.
Also not just for everybody, I think.
No,
a lot
well, any of
times
these
there's
positions are
attrition
not
in
just for
that,
anybody
yeah.
that takes a special person to be a dispatcher. When somebody calls on the phone, they're going from taking life easy and good, pick up the phone, and how can I help you? The Hood County Sheriff's Office. And they start screaming at them that somebody's about to blow their head off or something. And in the jail, dealing with those kind of people a lot of times isn't cut out for everybody. So they come and they go too, but hopefully by getting the pay up and training that we're doing with Shelley, that he's going to help them better, give them the tools to do the job. And on dispatch, same thing, got to keep these guys around because it's a crazy world out there.
Good. Well, thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
You're doing a good job.
On
Right.
Matt Mills.
Well, Matt Mills is the only one that says, we just let him speak tomorrow. We don't tell him when he's going to finish up.
Yeah,
The
I
rest
got
of the
a
people-
text from Hannah, and she said with just a little bit of variation in her, she's fine with not.
The rest of them are out-of-county type of stuff, senior citizens, environmental and everything for Friday. We can't hear those. So I propose we just go ahead and adjourn now. And
Public hearing at 2:30 for the archive.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
For her archive.
We got to hang for a little bit.
we have a public hearing.
Yeah, she had to have a public hearing for the archive plan that she had noticed in the paper for 2:30, so we've kind of got to hang out till then.
It was put in, it was published on May 11th. It was, published several days before it came on board. And the plan is to put together, but it's tied to the Fund 68.
So a public hearing to discuss, do you have the, I just wanted y'all to see that when we have a public hearing about.
It's done every year.
And like I
No,
said,
okay, did a public hearing.
there's no plans to do any archiving.
Is it-
Yeah, that's your copy.
This
There's
is-
no plans to do any archiving this year.
You kind of caught up?
everything is caught up and digitized and all of that. Yeah, so, but there is, like I said, there's a little over 800,000 that's in that Fund 68, that 83.914 for future plans, future archiving, should be revised.
4 hours.
I think maybe the 15-minute time frame is kind of large. We could probably contract that a little bit. Bet there's a way to wiggle that around a little bit.
Or else,
Because that,
ask people if they don't want to, if they're good with what they submitted, do they have to be listed?
yeah, probably not. You know, I think probably put them in groups. But, you know, 6 or 7 people come in at 8, and then, you know, the next 6 or 7 come in at 9:30, you know, whatever it
That's
kind of
true.
breaks down, just to,
What do you do with the records that are archived? You take the old paper records that you have, blah, 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 big books, whatever, the old deeds, you archive them, produce them on what, microfiche?
Right, well, some of the old ones, right, were put on microfiche. But then the newer stuff now is being digitized, so you can actually.
Digitize?
And so we have what's called, there's 2 systems over the annex. There's CoFile, which is everything from 1866 to 1924. So you can actually go online and search those. And then we have the Tyler system that does everything from like 1925 to the present.
1925 to the, what do you do with the old paper records once they're on something?
So they are put in those protected boxes, like acid-free boxes. So we have some that are done over in the jail and storage. We have some, there's a big, long closet behind the court here, in one of those hallways that has some of the stuff stored in there too.
So they're never going to let you totally destroy them. You're going to have to keep them?
I don't know, I need to look into that to see if there's.
Now, what's the end plan?
There are, but what I've also been told, there were some that were, there was some that were damaged in the flood. I guess they got wet. And they attempted to kind of put them together and get them on microfilm, and some of them just, the image wouldn't even come through. And so I know that we do still have those as well.
Is there better technology now with, I mean, can you scan it and digitize and change the contrast and stuff?
Those were just done like recently.
Oh.
You know, within the last couple of years that they tried to.
Gotcha.
To get those, but I do need to find out. Because it would make sense that there's better technology. And then there's some probate records in the, like in my office, we had a lady come in the other day that was looking for something from the, 1920s, and it actually turned out to be Johnson County, so.
Oh.
1920.
But you know, it's kind of tragic to look at these old documents because they are so good rather than look at them on digital or microfiche, you know, and looking at them. But what's the use of doing it and then still storing all that stuff? That's what you're trying to do, is the space. Would you ask somebody sometime, says, what's the end game here? What are we going to do with all these records that we spent all this money and time and everything digitizing or putting on microfiche and doing them? We could give them to you, Robert, and Richard, and let you go ahead and store them at your house and peruse them at your leisure.
Hey, they are pretty to look at over there at Annex 2. You walk in there and see all those books back there. They look good. And over at the courthouse,
That's what I'm saying. They look good.
Well, I'll do an inventory of what's in storage. I mean, it would be good for me to know what's in there anyway, in the boxes, and yes, if they're already digitized or on microfilm, and I think make sure you check with the state library archive, that if we've done that, can we now get rid of it?
Is this,
I'm not sure you can, because the digitizing is to where they're searchable, and but the historical significance of the documents may be a factor, so need to make sure, you know. So we've got a hearing at 2:30. Can we adjourn for a few minutes, or are we going to?
Yeah, you can leave and just be back at 2:30.
I want to ask a question, and I was going to kind of step off to the side and do this. There used to be some portion of county clerk funds that we used to pay for the Tyler for technology.
that's what she said, she just put back in the IT budget.
It was $70,000. That's what it came out of that post-6 fund. That's what, Stephanie, you told me that was a pilot payment. That 70,000 that was paid?
Yeah. Yeah, that's,
That was my note, that was a Tyler, that was a Tyler payment, and that's what Drew said, that should, because it came out of the contract services, that it should have been paid out of IT. So he is going to absorb that in this next fiscal year. That was
Kind of a agreement between the former clerk and the former auditor on how to pay for the county clerk's portion because it was delayed. If you remember that.
yeah. So is that still part of the archival funds going to pay for your portion of Tyler?
No.
Okay, all right. I didn't know if there was still any connection in there from.
I added it to my budget.
Okay.
So what I handed you reflects that.
Okay, gotcha.
So on the last page, the $5, is that same as it's always been?
So that was instituted, and we, actually, that was done away with on the 2nd of April. So there, since everything had been handled and taken care of, that fee was done away with, so there was no need to, to keep, I mean, obviously, there's quite a bit of money in there for future projects, and so that fee was suspended.
Oh, so does that need to be reflected in here, that it's not charged anymore, or?
That would probably be prudent to do that.
And then if you need to, if you do a big archive project and run that fund down, then I guess you could reinstitute it.
That was my understanding, it was being collected as part of, getting everything.
Yeah, there's a specific statute out there that says that you're allowed to connect this with certain filings in order to apply it toward that archival fee, if I'm remembering this correctly. And then it took court action to get rid of it, but the court can put it back in place at your request, of course. And then, yeah, so I guess if that fund got a little shaky and needed something, then we'd put it back in place. But
Ms. Matlock, after going through everyone's budget, and I was trying to keep a tally, but I didn't do a very good job, do we know what the total number of additional headcount that's being asked for is? Mm-hmm. Okay.
I know there's some halves in there because it's kind of a part-time that's asked to be a full-time in JP2. And then and that's actually 2 part-times that was asked to be a full-time, correct?
Well,
I got to thinking about that after he left, and I think that he was asking to take that front desk that they share.
Which one?
And make that a full-time Joe.
JP2 or 1? 2, yeah. He was asking to take right now he has 2 full-time and 2 part-time. And he's asking to.
And he's losing a part-timer to my office.
Yeah, so he's asking to have 3 full-time.
Yeah.
So he's going up a half.
Right, yeah, and then I guess the kennel attendant for animal control would technically be a half because that's a part-time position right now that she wanted to convert to a full-time. And then 2 investigators, 2 deputies, 1 animal control officer. Environmental wanted 2,
Want two? Environmental? One or two?
Wanted a clerk and a tech, right?
She said that she could do her 50/50 person
I think it might,
and
A tech.
field person, and then just hire someone like a clerk for less money, so it would be like 1.5.
budget impacts like 1.5, but I think it's only one person.
I thought she asked for, including that person, three.
$831,994.
I thought she was asking for that person to move up, an additional tech and a clerk.
We need this much to go ahead and make a plan here. We don't need the rest of this. We're going to leave you with 10,000.
I don't think we can do that. She's got, it can only, unless you want to archive everything in your office.
Yeah.
It has to be used for archive. It's substantial, yeah. I think, actually, look at the statute. Look at the statute, because I think if the court and the clerk agree, you can do something else with it, which is how it was able to be used for Tyler. So, but
Is it, or I thought that that was,
I think
as this is part of our taking care of county clerk documents, because talking to Becky, this is,
Yeah.
she said this is archiving county court documents by
by
doing
going
the
to Tyler.
I don't know if it was
I
a bit
think
of a leap
Commissioner
there,
Eagle
but,
knows the statute on that. So if he comes back in, we can ask him. But I vaguely remember when all that was going on, that they said if the clerk and the court agree, that it could be used for something else. But that could be a whole nother fund that I don't even know about.
There's actually another fund. Yes, there
other
are two
fund?
funds, and I know that one is, yes. I think this has to be archives.
Okay.
There's another fund that, yeah, I think we have to agree on.
Mm-hmm.
Which I've always thought was a little weird, but, you know.
Yeah. So back to the people. So environmental has taken her 50/50 person, that's half office manager, but training to be a field tech, to be a full-time field tech.
Yep.
So that'll increase that salary, and then she's adding another environmental. So it's like.
Yeah, she's
the
adding the
salary
tech
impact-
and the clerk.
She is? I thought she was just adding.
Well, I think I specifically asked her, you're looking for 3 positions here, but you already have 1.
Her email says 2. I'm surprised.
2 additional?
I can't keep it all straight.
No, I can imagine. I've had 3 years or 4 years to figure out who these people are. I can't imagine what you're going through right now, because you don't even know where they are whenever you see their face or whatever. So, yeah, no, I thought she said that she wanted an additional tech, move the 50/50 up to tech, and then she needed a clerk to come in and do the office work.
Oh, is it agree? I don't.
Well, I thought it's 2 additional positions.
Yeah.
Because that's why I asked her, 2 additional positions, and she said yes, but there could have been some confusion there. So I can send her a text.
Well, everybody's here. Yeah, come on up, Mr. Mills, and let's go ahead and get yours done. Go ahead.
Well, I didn't ask for much of anything. I appreciate last time around bumping the incentive pay for the bilingual speakers. That's super important and useful almost daily for our office, so I appreciate that. There were a couple of items that we tweaked in a small amount, like the dues and subscriptions up a little bit, but the education and travel down a little bit. Overall, it's pretty much a wash. The only thing that's a little bit unusual about what we requested, so our assistant county attorney line item, which I believe that shows up as being 186 in the current budget and 186 in the proposed. So last year we asked for a little bit more than the standard 3%, and we got it, and we thank you for that. This time, you know, there's that Senate bill, And so let me just talk a little bit about that. I didn't request Senate bill money because I felt like we were fine. I don't want to ask for state money just because we can and then have somebody in the office twiddling their thumbs because we don't have work for them to do on a full-time basis. So I'm not going to waste the state's money just like I'm not going to waste yours. If I had perfect hindsight, a year ago, I would have probably not asked for the raises and then waited 6 months and getting it in the spring from the Senate bill money. But we didn't know how that would play out or if that would be available or anything. So this time around, what I'm asking is just keep that level, not ask for any raises for the Assistant County Attorney, 2 positions, and then I'll just try to ask for some Senate bill money from that grant and try to bump them up whenever that comes, like 5-6 months into the budget year, if that makes sense. So, I mean...
Are you pretty confident you can get it?
Well, I mean, the first year was the biggest unknown. The second year should be a little more secure. The fallback is they got a little bit more than 3% last year, so, I mean, heaven forbid we don't get anything, you know, they'll just have to tough it out with no raise for a year. But I'm trying to balance the interests here of taking care of my people, but not asking for county money when I can get state money to do it. So that should be easy enough for y'all. You know, it's on me if it doesn't work. That's really it. I mean, you know, I usually like to remind y'all I inherited a position that had 6.5 clerical employees, and now we have 3.5 8 years later, and we're still rocking along.
Good.
So we've trimmed it after I took office, and we continue to keep it pretty lean.
Thank you.
No, I didn't. I mean, they just paid out this year, so I need to get with Margaret on the next. Okay, yeah, I'll be doing that.
They're looking at this hitting in October now, right?
Yeah.
So,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, I'll get with Margaret then. Thanks. Okay, yes, I'll do that. Is there anything else?
Good.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Looks like we have one member of the public here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it's 2:31. We're now going into a public hearing. And Ms. Leftwich, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. So I just wanted to provide an overview of the archive plan for 2024-2025. You all each have a copy of that. So this was done by my predecessor. This summary was put together. But from what I understand, everything has been digitized. Any of the records that had not been, there's mention that almost 65,000 pages have been digitized so that they can be searchable over at the annex online. And there are no plans now to do any kind of archiving for this next year. There was a $5 archival fee that had been charged, and that was discontinued on April 2nd of this year. So we're no longer collecting that archive fee. We do have in that fund, and this is the 068 fund, $831,994. And so that is being retained in that fund to use for any future archival projects. But as mentioned, there aren't any planned for the 2024-2025 fiscal year.
Good deal. That's straightforward enough.
Okay. Thank you.
Does the public, there's a whole public out here represented by Mr. Richard Hoffs. Do you have any questions?
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And with that comment, this public hearing is over and adjourned.